Jacob Montalvo inside the cage. Here next to the PFL Smart Cage, I'm Sean O'Connell, joined by the legendary Randy Couture and Kenny Florian, our resident mixed martial arts guru. Simeon Powell in the gold trunks, Clinton Williams in the black and gray, touch of the gloves, and we are underway at 205 pounds in this showcase bout. Forward movement here from Clinton Williams. Obviously, he's got to get himself inside that long reach of Simeon Powell somehow.
Yeah, that's right. Williams knows how to pressure opponents, but he's going against a guy in Powell who is very long and lanky and has excellent footwork as well.
The right hand misses for Simeon Powell, and you see him moving backwards. Randy, sometimes that's hard for people, but a guy with a long reach like this, he's used to it. We saw it only 12 days ago in the Challenger Series fight that he participated in.
Absolutely. He's comfortable moving backwards and still able to post off that back foot and generate some power as he moves backwards, which is a very rare thing and a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, he has a tremendous jab, and the thing you got to watch out for is that flying knee. It's absolutely devastating.
Right hand glances off the top of Clinton Williams' head there. Continual pressure forward from the American fighter. Eats a leg kick for his troubles.
Clinton Williams doing a good job of pressuring. He just hasn't been able to cut off the cage. Looks like he might be hurt here. Ate a big right hand. And Simeon Powell, only 23 years old, but his composure and patience is very impressive. We saw that on full display in the PFL Challenger Series.
You saw Clinton Williams grimacing. Looked like maybe the eye took a little bit of damage from that right hand. Nice work by Simeon Powell to get himself off of the smart cage barrier. And a jab snaps the head of Clinton Williams back. Now he goes down to the body. A lot of folks very excited about this young prospect out of Great Britain. Grew up in the shadow of Wembley Stadium, and Simeon Powell said, I wanted to fight on a big stage. Well, here he is on ESPN+, and there's that knee Kenny warned you about. Clinton Williams shelling up, and there's a big left hook.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sean. I think he might be having some vision issues, may have taken a big punch right to the eye.
Randy, you made a career out of fighting guys that were taller with longer reaches. What's the key for Clinton Williams here?
I think the key is not to just threaten with his hands. He's got to fake a shot. He's got to make him believe he might try and close the distance with a takedown attempt. Just to wade in with his hands isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, and I'd like to see more feints from Williams, and at least some kind of leg attack, some kind of fake for a takedown, or initiate some kind of takedown and try to mix things up and put Powell on his back.
Absolutely. There's three levels of the playing field there. There's that kicking range and that kicking level. There's that hands and punching level, and then there's that closing the distance, changing levels in that takedown. You need to at least threaten those other levels.
100%, and where Williams has really struggled is when he stays, it doesn't matter if you're shelling. There's a nice shot there from Williams.
Came in behind the right hand, and this is where he wants to dictate the pace of this fight. Clinton Williams, a strong, powerful man, training with a bunch of guys who are really excellent in this position over at Fortis MMA. 90 seconds remaining in round number one, and he's got Simeon Powell where he wants him for a moment.
Yeah, this is a much better spot for Williams. When he was standing still and just shelling up, Powell was really picking him apart. See if he can hit that takedown from here.
I told you that Simeon Powell came off the PFL Challenger Series, which was contested for 8 straight weeks in Orlando, Florida. He was actually scheduled to fight on the first of those, had some visa issues, couldn't get over here, so he ended up fighting in week number 8. That was only 12 days ago that he received a contract. That means he landed back in England, Randy. Went home, got the phone call right when he landed. Hey, we're going to need you to come back to Texas and fight for the PFL again. He was very excited about the opportunity, no problem. But he has yet to have that celebratory meal.
Yeah, he said he was getting ready to tuck in. We're like, tuck in? What does that mean? That means tuck in your napkin for a big one. I like it.
30 seconds left here. Clinton Williams able to keep the pressure against the cage. Simeon Powell doing a good job of negating any serious offense from the aggressor and works himself off that cage.
Oh, there's
Nice
the big
combination.
jab. That right hand, oh boy.
That time he brought in a little loop around the guard of Clinton Williams. 10-second clapper, and Simeon Powell's not going to let up at the end of this first round. We'll go to the second round when we return on ESPN+.
Get over, you understand? Pokes you in the fucking eye. Get over, you understand me? Look at this, this is tired. He's tired. That's why we don't sit down, he's tired. Yeah? Go back to the jab again. Who's keep working from that? Take some more work. Fantastic work, by the way. Fantastic work. And wait for it.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas. Kenny Florian, walk us through these replays.
Oh, it's all about the length, the combinations, and the precision of Simeon Powell. And that was that right hand that hurt the eye of Clinton Williams and had him stationary for a couple minutes of that round. And Simeon Powell did not relent on that. Did a great job of coming up and around that guard, mixed it up, attacked low, went high. And again, just beautiful footwork and composure from the 23-year-old Simeon Powell.
Doctor's going to take a look at Clinton Williams, who's having some vision problems in that eye.
These glasses broke, so I don't know. I'll do my best.
It almost looked to me like Williams poked himself in the eye. When Simeon punched, he hit his hands, and it looked like he forced his fingers into his own eye.
Could have
Down
happened.
to, let's go.
You heard Coach Safe in the corner of Clinton Williams telling him to get over it. Says it's an eye poke, it happens. And once again, Williams marching forward to open round number 2. Simeon Powell, taller fighter in the gold trunks for those just tuning in. Clinton Williams in the black and gray.
Nice footwork by Powell to keep out at distance, use that range to his advantage, and make Williams try to wade through those punches.
No question, this is one of the hardest things to do as a striker, is to be effective, land strikes going backwards. Simeon Powell has been on fire so far.
There you go, feel that mojo. There you go, stay on it now, stay on it, pull it.
Williams attempting to cut off the cage here. Powell continues to dance around and work the jab. Let's bring in Ian Parker, our betting expert. I think he had a recommendation on this fight. What do you got for us, Ian Parker? Left hook lands.
I'm loving Simeon Powell right now. He's fighting a very smart fight. He's not getting over eager. You know, he's the first leg of the parlay. He's making me look really solid right now, and I think he's going to get this victory. As long as he doesn't make any big mistakes, I want to see him throw an uppercut. It's the only thing Williams keeps covering up. He leaves it open. If he throws an uppercut, I think he goes to sleep. Otherwise, Powell's dominating. I'm loving this fight right now.
Well, it's not an uppercut, but it is a flying knee that comes straight through the middle of Clint Williams' guard. He eats it and once again pushes Simeon Powell to the cage.
Yeah, and that's the right idea. When they're shelling and they're kind of ducking down like that, it's the uppercut and that knee that you got to watch out for, especially when you got a guy who's 6'5".
Separate.
Low blow there.
Right here.
Referee pauses the action.
No coaching right now.
Seems like Simeon Powell might be disputing that knee.
Take a look at our ghost cam here. Revolutionary technology. Exclusive to the PFL.
Ready? All right.
Here's that knee.
You got something.
Looked a little low.
Just watch that. I heard the cup on that one, so just keep it real.
Yes, sir.
Referee says he heard the cup. Simeon Powell seems to dispute whether that blow went low. In any case, Clint Williams will have up to 5 minutes to recover.
You all right? Can you continue? You ready to go? Okay. Just watch those. Yeah, watch those elbows. All right. Here we go, guys. Time in. Let's go.
Touch of the gloves on the restart here. Back to action, and the jab lands for Simeon Powell. 5-6 in a row, and then the inside leg kick. He gets right back to work.
Gotta walk. Just walk it. Walk it. Yeah, there you go. Walk it. Walk it. Walk it. Yep. Walk it. There you go.
Left hook there, glanced off the temple for Simeon Powell, shakes his head. But Randy, as we know, that usually means it hurt a little.
Exactly. It's generally acknowledgement that you got tagged.
When you have to let someone know that it didn't matter, that means that it mattered. There's that left hook again for Clinton Williams. It's been his most effective offensive weapon so far. Stringing it together might be a good idea with some other punches, Kenny.
Yeah, that's been his best punch so far. He's just not utilizing it to cut off the cage where he can land a follow-up shot in the form of a right cross.
There's that uppercut that Ian was asking for. Came at the end of a combination for Simeon Powell. You can see our smart cage taking tally of those strikes. Simeon Powell landing. Clinton Williams doing a fairly effective job with that shell of keeping the damage off of his jaw. There it is again. Clinton in on the legs here. Randy, how do you finish it with a tall guy like this?
It's a real challenge to get a long, rangy guy off of his feet. You got to explode, get him up, and use your head to take his legs out from underneath him as you get his feet off the floor.
Simeon Powell's corner calling for wrist control. Their fighter obliges. He's only 23 years old, as you mentioned, Kenny Florian, very coachable.
Let's go, Clint! Let's go, Clint! Let it fucking go! Let it fucking go, Clint!
Right hand there for Clinton Williams, who now continues with the pressure. He's walking into a little bit of fire, but it's mostly jabs that are landing for Simeon Powell, and you're not going to put Clinton Williams away with the jab.
Yeah, and you hear the coach for Clinton Williams, Saeed, asking for him to let it go. There's
big
some
combination.
There's the takedown.
That's the explosion that you were calling for, Randy.
Absolutely.
Clinton Williams now moves into half mount. And this is a question for Simeon Powell. We know that he's got excellent footwork. We know he's got that long range. You want to take away a long range weapon, you put somebody on their back.
And he's got to take advantage of this position as well. He can't just sit there and control. He's got to land some ground and pound to try to soften Powell up and try to hurt him here.
You're actually looking through the chain link of our smart cage there, but the ghost cam, like magic, Randy, removes the fence. Clinton Williams will finish round number 2 on top. Interesting turn of events here on ESPN+.
When you're throwing a combination, just cover it. Please chop his leg. It's there all day. You know what we haven't done for you once here? Have you keep the body yet? Not yet. The leg has been fantastic. Yeah. Listen, every time we circle off and pause it, throw one. Yeah. But if you don't want to, don't. Jab is working with. It takes a little bit more work.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas. This replay takes us back to the first round, Randy Couture.
There's playing long. There's that right hand right on the button. Uses that jab very, very nicely. There's the flying knee. Times that so well. And you can tell with a guy like Williams who's chasing and plotting and trying to get in there, he's trying to time that knee. He's picking apart the clamshell guard of Williams. And here's Williams in deep, picks up the hips, drags him off the fence and finishes strong.
Williams finished round number 2 on top. Simeon Powell, I overheard them saying they felt like he still won round number 2, even though he finished it on his back. Now Clinton Williams, not wasting any time, pressing forward. And Simeon Powell once again trying to dance his way out of trouble in front of the American.
Yeah, and I think for Clinton Williams, he has to work under the assumption that he did lose that second round, needs to come forward, and he's doing it right now. Good to see here. Now, can he land those big shots, and can he hit that takedown again? But he is struggling with that right eye.
Partially closed, at least. Some serious swelling around that right eye. That came from a first-round punch that Clinton Williams thought maybe was a poke. Simeon Powell goes back to the body with the jab. The left hand for Powell very, very active. Once again, Williams in on the legs. Picks him up and puts him down.
Now that's some horsepower right there.
No one questioned the strength of Clint Williams coming in to this bout. He lands directly inside control and actually had an opportunity there to stuff Simeon Powell's hand down into a crucifix position.
Yeah, Simeon is just kind of trying to sit up right now. Not quite able to turn. He's looking for that right underhook. You see that right hand trying to dig underneath the left arm of Clinton Williams.
Talk about it all the time. Both men need that far side underhook. Sort of a neutral battle for it right now. And there's
Simeon got that far side underhook. He's got to circle towards that underhook with his hips, create a little daylight underneath Williams, and try and find a way to get some elevation to get back to his feet.
Yeah, let's see if he can turn and face and escape this position. So far, Clint Williams doing a good job controlling, but not able to land any shots here.
That was textbook by Simeon Powell. Circled towards that underhook, got some daylight, got his hips up, and got back to his feet.
And that can be disheartening. Nice stomp kick to the knee from Simeon Powell.
Yeah, and his
right hand snuck through, and again with the uppercut.
Yeah, his corner, Sean, was asking for more leg kicks. There it is.
Goes twice to the calf of Clinton Williams. Halfway through this third and final round, light heavyweight showcase action. No points on the line, no place in the light heavyweight regular season standings for either of these men, but of course, looking to impress our president of fighter operations, Ray Sefo, and maybe get an invitation to that $1 million quest eventually. Excellent sweep there from Simeon Powell out of the clinch.
2 minutes, Clinton. Push. Clinton, 2 minutes right here. If you 1-1 right now, you gotta go.
That jab from Simeon Powell, so long and so sharp.
Left side. Walk. 1-2-1. Go. Right now. Hey, Clint, show us. You keep saying it, but show us.
Randy, the thing I would like to see a young, long fighter like that develop, when he knows that jab is pretty much a guaranteed land, you got to be able to bring some power behind it.
Absolutely, and I think that's what Williams figured out. There was no power coming behind that, and he started turning up the wading through that jab to get close and get these takedowns.
As long as we're asking for power, you just saw more horsepower on display from Clint Williams, who just grabs him and picks him up. Might not be the most technically sound shot for a takedown, but it's effective.
When he tries to post, you go to his back, pull him away from the cage.
Strong round here in the third frame for Clinton Williams. He's got to mount some offense from these control positions, as you mentioned, Kenny Florian.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, how the judges are going to see these takedowns, because he is successful with them. He's putting Powell on his back, but not landing any damage here. There's no strikes being thrown.
Williams has got to find a way to posture up, get elevation over Powell's head, and then he can land some punches and do some damage there. Here we go. We see him starting to get some elevation now.
Elevation for Simeon Powell as well. Now 2 feet on the mat for the taller fighter.
45 seconds, Clint. There we go. Beautiful round control. Second, and this one. Nice ring generalship. Knees and work. Beautiful, Clint. 30 seconds. Nice work, Sim.
30 seconds remaining inside the showcase bout.
Wow! I believe it was a knee. Might have been a short knee.
Right up the middle, it's Simeon Powell as he's walking away, face plants Clinton Williams.
My
It was
goodness.
so quick, I didn't see it.
He just turned him and just lifted his knee and just flatlined Clinton Williams. Just precision.
Give me a full camp.
In the closing moments of this third round,
He just turns him, throws a knee. Oh my goodness. You see the eyes of Clinton Williams just go in the back of his head.
The benefit of being 6'5" right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Knee comes right up the middle.
Yep. And listen, it doesn't have to be a big power shot. It has to be precise. It landed in the right spot. I don't think Clinton Williams saw it coming. And man, we saw the result.
Absolutely.
we'll take another look at this one. And look, it starts, Randy, with this work, grab the head, get himself off the cage.
We saw him squirt out of that clinch position on 2 other occasions in other rounds. That time, he turned him perfectly and threw that knee right up the middle. Turned off the CPU right there, boom.
The third knockout of Simeon Powell's young career. He's undefeated at 6-0. And the future, as they say, is bright.
No question about that. Only 23 years old. Took this fight on 12 days notice, just one short time ago. Wow.
He just got a contract in the PFL, a developmental contract in the PFL, Randy, 12 days ago. It's April 20th. On April 8th, we saw him fight to a very, very tough decision. And there's our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. You saw it, look, a lot of punches thrown for Simeon Powell. Clint Williams with the takedowns, the pressure against the cage. But it was one of those leg strikes. He landed 19 of them. One of those was a knee that shut the lights out for Clint Williams. Lillian Garcia will make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 4 minutes and 38 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by knockout, Simeon Powell.
All right. Smooth Simeon Powell. 12 days ago, you won a PFL developmental contract. You landed back in England to go celebrate. Had a phone call waiting for you. No, turn around, come back to Texas. We want you to fight again. And the result is a 3rd round knockout. How are you feeling with that sequence of events right now?
Great. This is what I expected. I took that fight because I was confident I could get the finish and get the win. I'm trying to prove to this company that I'm a serious contender in this division. I'm young, but I'm hungry, so feed me.
Clint Williams did have a little bit of success. He was able to pick you up and put you down, 3 takedowns. You worked your way back to your feet, and ultimately it was the knee that finished it. Where'd you get the read on that in this fight?
He got lazy when I felt him. He got tired. When I got up, he got lazy, and he left his arms out, and his head was right there. It's money.
If we could take a look at the replay here, maybe we can get it on one of these monitors, but beautiful and up, oh, there it is.
Oh, we missed it.
Missed it a little bit, here it is. You grab the head and work your way off the cage, right up the middle there.
Beautiful.
You knew it was over.
Pretty, look at that. Smooth as you like. That's it.
Well, you told us you never really got to have that big celebratory meal after the fight 12 days ago. I think you can hop on a flight, go home, and get that done now.
Don't be calling me back for no fights, yeah? I'm trying to get drunk, so leave me alone for a couple weeks, you know what I mean?
Smooth Simeon Powell victorious, undefeated inside the PFL Smart Cage. Incredible showcase action performance there for Smooth Simeon Powell. And up next, that man came all the way from Hobart, Tasmania. Rob Wilkinson will take on another veteran of the PFL Challenger Series. Brucey Souto won a contract in the first week of Challenger Series action. He's up next.
The PFL regular season is back.
A million ways, I only need one. A million moments, I only need one.
And the lightweights and light heavies are coming out smoking. Can Cassius Clay Collar unleash his haymakers against vet Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens? Little Heathen, you gotta love that nickname. And returning champion Raush Manfio takes on Don Madge.
Unbelievable fight. Hustle hard, pay the price. A million reasons I'ma shine.
Plus, another champion steps in the cage when Antonio Carlos Jr. takes on Delan Monte. This season is undeniable. The PFL starts right now, live on ESPN+.
Welcome once again, fight fans, to the Esports Stadium at the Arlington Sports Complex. Lightweights and light heavyweights, it's the 2022 PFL regular season. There's our main event and our co-main events. The season begins tonight. Professional mixed martial arts and the only real league format. We've got a regular season, we've got playoffs, and a championship with $1 million prize that comes with it. I'm Sean O'Connell. This is Kenny Florian. That's the legendary Randy Couture, and we have a card for you. That tension in the air is the hopes and dreams of a $1 million prize for every fighter remaining on the card tonight. But let's start with the main event, Randy Couture.
Yeah, we have 5 title belts represented on tonight's card, yet the main event is Clay Collard and Jeremy Stevens. Some would say, well, what the heck? Now, I'll tell you why, because these two guys are the gamest fighters in this sport in any division. Clay Collard started wrestling and fighting at 5 years old. He's a 2-sport athlete. He's got 9 wins in professional boxing, aside from his amazing career in mixed martial arts. He's strategic, he's calculated, surgical striking, great footwork. This guy has a total package and loves to brawl. Jeremy Stevens, the Little Heathen, is literally a who's who of the guys he's fought in this sport. He's in 4 divisions as the top 10 recording of the things that he's done in this sport. This guy comes, he's got sledgehammers in both hands. Do not blink in this one. Get your popcorn early.
Both of those guys very much looking forward to that main event, as I am. But as Randy said, last year's lightweight champion is part of the co-main event, and he welcomes a PFL newcomer, Raush Manfio. He doesn't have to work a second job. He's not mopping floors anymore, except when his wife tells him to. But this man, with $1 million in his pocket, says the pressure is off, Kenny. That makes him more dangerous, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely, a great underdog story. And he came in here as an alternate, came from one of the best teams in the world, an American top team, was the training partner of Natan, Schulte, who was a 2-time champion in that division. And he was the guy who ended up becoming the world champion. And he did it with persistence, he did it with durability, and he did it with beautiful striking. And there's Don Madge, a guy who is riding high on confidence, coming from South Africa, has his own camp. He's traveled all over the world with some of the best fighters in the world. And this guy believes he can finish this fight either on the feet or on the ground.
Don Madge believes that so strongly that he requested this fight to be his first action in a PFL regular season. And that's where the PFL really separates itself. Because whether you're a returning champion, you're a guy who's been around the sport like Jeremy Stevens, or whether you're a newcomer like Don Madge, it's a blank slate every year. This is how the PFL format works. The League Explainer brought to you by our friends at Puncher's Chance. 10 fighters per division, 6 different weight classes, 2 regular season fights. You get points in those fights, 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish. The top 4 fighters in each division make the playoffs, and the champion gets a beautiful gold belt and a $1 million check. And here's a look at our main card coming up right here on ESPN Plus, a simulcast over on ESPN. We talked about the main event and co-main event. There's the odds. Jeremy Stevens, Don Madge. Don Madge a favorite. Antonio Carlos Jr. though. Look at the massive odds in favor of Antonio Carlos Jr. And Randy, as long as we're talking about it, that's a guy who came into the league, a former middleweight who said, I'm sick of the weight cut.
Yeah.
I'm moving up to 205 pounds. It was the right move for him. million championship a year ago.
We've seen that same story in a couple of weight classes in this sport, guys moving up, and Antonio Carlos Jr. he's the same situation. Quit cutting all the weight, saw amazing success. Black belt in jiu-jitsu, world champion in jiu-jitsu. 2 of his last 3 finishes were by submission. You do not want to be on the ground with this guy. He's amazing there.
Tough fight for him against Delan Monte, who's a newcomer. Very little known about this guy except that he's got heavy hands. Let's talk about the first fight on our ESPN main card. Natan Schulte is actually the most decorated of all the lightweights because he is not a one-time PFL champion, a 2-time PFL champion. He's got 2 belts from season 1 and season 2. Season 3 didn't really go his way. He's back. He's ready to do it all again.
Yeah, this is a guy who is non-stop action, loves to move forward, has one of the best calf kicks in the game, period, no matter what weight class. And he's a tremendous grappler as well, a national level competitor in Brazil in judo. And on the ground, he's known for that nasty arm triangle. So he's a guy who can do it all, a 2-time champion, as you mentioned. And, he kind of criticized his tactics last season. He said, he had some fights where he got off to a wrong start, maybe a slow start here and there, maybe didn't employ the right tactics. He believes he is dialed in for this one, though.
He's got a tough test on ESPN tonight in Olivier Aubin-Mercier, who came over to the PFL. So far, so good. He's undefeated in the PFL, but he's got to take on the 2-time champion tonight. Okay, that's on ESPN. Exclusively on ESPN Plus, this 5-card slate, 5-fight card. It's amazing what kind of talent we've collected for this one. You take a look at the odds. How about our featured light heavyweight affair to finish things out on ESPN Plus? Emiliano Sordi, again, one of the aforementioned returning champions. He's a -455 favorite against Cory Hendricks. Randy Couture, can Emiliano Sordi do it again? We saw him unbeatable in 2019. Was a different story last year, though.
Yeah, in 2019, 5 finishes. 4 of those finishes came in the first round. In the 2021 season rather, Emiliano Sordi struggled. He had to dig deep in a couple of fights. They went the distance, not the Emiliano Sordi we're used to seeing. Struggled with illness, struggled with staph infection, and he says himself, my style requires conditioning. I got to be in shape to be able to get in my opponent's face and do what I do. He said that he's back here, he's 100%, and he's in shape.
Emiliano Sordi, at his best, I believe is a top 10 light heavyweight in the world, and a guy who's trying to get himself into that category. You will also see on ESPN Plus Martin Hamlet, the runner-up from a season ago. He comes in as a grappler from Norway, a Greco-Roman wrestler. He finds his way in a championship, a world championship, in only his 11th pro mixed martial arts fight. It didn't go his way, and I'm not sure he's over it, Kenny.
No, and that's the thing. He's got to get over that mental hurdle. And we saw all that potential in his very first fight here in the PFL, where he hit an arm triangle when he was on top in the close guard. So he's very powerful. He hits very hard. And he said he's been really working hard on that mental game and working hard on putting it all together. But yeah, in talking to him, you get the sense that he's put a lot of pressure on himself. He's got to let that go, move forward, stay present, and get ready for that big challenge that's in front of him.
A bunch of great matchups on ESPN Plus, probably even better matchups on ESPN Plus and simulcast on ESPN later. But how do you bet a card like this? We have experts to tell you how to do that. Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker, and I know that Ian already hit on one in the showcase bout. Coach, over to you.
Sean, believe me, he's already insufferable because he's like, even before I come on the air, I've already hit a winner first leg of the parlay. But that's okay. But we're here, and expert is a stretch for me, but not for my man Ian Parker. So Parker, we've got Parker's parlay. We just hit Simeon Powell. We got 2 more coming up right here on ESPN Plus. What do we got?
Yeah, to add to that parlay, we got Martin Hamlet, the dark horse, and we have Emiliano Sordi. Those odds get us back to even money, which we really like. On top of that, we got an interesting fight right here, Coach. Brucey Souto, Robert Wilkinson. Brucey Souto, you saw him on the Challenger Series, fought through adversity, came through with a flying knee and landed. I think he carries that momentum here. I'm going to ride with the underdog at Brucey Souto at +142 with those odds.
Yeah, he is our underdog play of the day. So over the course of the next 5 fights, we've got an underdog. We also have 2 legs of our parlay. Sean, we're ready. Hopefully everybody at home is too. Back to you.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you, Ian. Follow along with that betting big board. When we return, a return to pro mixed martial arts action, this time with regular season standings and points on the line. That man, he came from Tasmania to get the job done tonight. And Brucey Souto, Challenger Series, straight to the regular season. That's next on ESPN+. This week, Clay Collard has prepared for his 2022 PFL season debut against Jeremy Stevens in the Century Martial Arts training room. Century Martial Arts is the official equipment provider of the PFL. There's a beautiful up-close look at our Smart Cage. Smart Cage is powered by Flagship Solutions Group, an IBM partner. Our first fight of the 2022 PFL regular season takes place in the light heavyweight division. Brought to you by Geico. Robert Wilkinson and Brucey Souto, Australia versus Brazil, and most importantly, the quest for $1 million championship begins. Lillian Garcia, over to you.
And now please welcome the fighters to the cage. In the blue corner, Brucey Souto.
There's Brucey Souto walking out, PFL Challenger Series winner from week 1. He got the contract, and Kenny, he finds himself right here, frying pan into the fire, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely, but this is exactly what he wants. He believes he is ready for this moment. He prides himself on his ability to adapt during fights. Let's see if he can do it here against Wilkinson.
And in the red corner, Robert Wilkinson.
Randy had a really interesting conversation with Robert Wilkinson. You know, he had a stint in the UFC. He lost to Israel Adesanya, who we know is one of the best pound-for-pound fighters on the planet. And rather than sulking about it, what did Rob Wilkinson do? He ended up joining Israel Adesanya for a training camp. Said, if you can beat me, you must be pretty good. Let's work together.
Yeah, this guy doesn't shy away from that type of thing. He wants to go find out where he can do and where he can bang with people and learn from people, especially those guys that have beat him, and I think that's the proper attitude.
With that, we'll take a look at our Geico tail of the tape for this light heavyweight affair. Brucey Souto, 2 years older. Robert Wilkinson is 3 inches taller. 5-inch reach advantage on the arms and 2 on the legs for the Australian. Lillian Garcia, over to you.
This is it. This is where the journey officially begins in this year's PFL season. And to get us started are the fighters in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxer, standing 6 feet even. He weighs in officially 204.5 pounds. In 18 professional bouts, he has a record of 15 victories and 3 defeats, with 7 wins by way of stoppage. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a 2022 PFL Challenger Series winner, fighting out of Belo Horizonte, Brazil. Here is Brucey Souto. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a mixed martial artist who stands at 6 feet, 3 inches tall. He weighs in officially at 205 pounds. In 15 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 victories and 2 defeats, with 12 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Hobart, Tasmania, here is Razor Robert Wilkinson. Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley will oversee the action here. Robert Wilkinson in the gold trunks, Brucey Souto in the black and gray. League action in the PFL's 4th season. Touch of the gloves. Brucey Souto takes the center of the cage. Robert Wilkinson had a hard time during the pandemic finding fights in mixed martial arts. Obviously, pretty stringent lockdowns in his home country of Australia. He actually took to pro boxing to stay active. Leg kick lands there for Brucey.
Yeah, stayed active as a pro boxer and as a pro kickboxer. Been working really hard on his striking. Said he wasn't mature enough as a striker when he was in the UFC. Felt he has made tremendous gains in that regard.
That's that mindset I'm talking about. He sees his weaknesses clearly. He's going to go find the best guys he can and put himself out there. He's not afraid to fail.
Also, you can see, I mean, he's 6'3", very broad-shouldered. He's a guy who made that really hard weight cut down to 185 pounds for the bulk of his career. He's decided that 205 is a better option. Turns Brucey Souto against the cage with some pressure here after eating a few punches. 7 submissions to Rob Wilkinson's credit. So as we talk about him developing his striking, his grappling has served him well so far in his career.
He's landing some nice knees from this clinch position, trying to soften up that body of Souto.
Now commits to this takedown. Souto switches the stance. Tries to spread those legs. Wilkinson's able to get him down and goes right to his back. Souto climbs to his feet once again.
And this is an aspect of the game that Souto said he's been working on. He was a little disappointed in his PFL Challenger Series performance where he was getting taken down. He said if he does get taken down, he wants to get right back to his feet. He's trying to do that now.
He did it one time. Can he do it again? You saw the shot and re-shot, the re-wrestling there, the change of directions from Wilkinson is what got Souto down the second time, Randy.
Yes, absolutely. That second effort paid off for Wilkinson. He did a great job of staying tenacious, staying in position, and putting forth that second effort.
Souto once again back to his feet. Nice work by the Brazilian. And Wilkinson once again is able to drag him down to the mat. Step right into full mount.
Seems like Souto's in a much better position now, though.
He threatens that right arm of Wilkinson to force Wilkinson to address that first.
Oh.
But now Wilkinson is in that
arm triangle
position. Here comes an arm triangle attempt. Wilkinson will settle into half mount here. Knee to the body there. Interesting attack from Wilkinson to keep the pressure going on top.
Yeah, Wilkinson with some serious pressure here. But again, Souto not exactly known for his fast starts. Wilkinson has to respect the game of the Brazilian. Stay on it, stay consistent. Cannot get lackadaisical against someone like Bruce Souto.
This is the first of 2 regular season fights for these fighters. Points on the line. What does that mean? Well, you get 3 points for a win, bonus points also for finishes. If you get a first round finish, that's 6 points. A second round finish, 5 points. Third round finish, 4 points. And of course the decision would be worth 3. Those points are used to seed the playoffs. Top 4 fighters in each weight class make the playoffs and keep the hope of $1 million championship alive. A guy who's very familiar with that format, Martin Hamlet, he fought his way into a light heavyweight final a year ago, looking to make a return to that exact same stage. He's watching this fight backstage now. Souto able to get that underhook, turn himself in. Nice right hand comes down from the top for Wilkinson, who maintains control.
Yeah, Wilkinson looking phenomenal right now.
Wilkinson doing a great job from this half guard, controlling position, anchored in, making those punches count, staying postured up. Does a great job with his forearms and his head, keeping position.
Really incredible strike selection from Wilkinson as well. He's not just throwing stuff and bouncing them off the forearms of Bruce Souto. He's moving defense and landing from the top. We've seen some big hammer fists as he attempts another. Goes to the body there. Wilkinson, excellent ground and pound.
Yeah, beautiful ground and pound, beautiful pressure. He's staying right on top of Souto and keeping position the whole time. You know, some guys will get the ground and pound and allow their opponent to escape. Wilkinson just nonstop, advancing position and bringing the pressure with his ground and pound.
Wilkinson will finish the round on top, and we will see the second frame next. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian. And Randy, the takedowns in round 1.
Yes, nice job attacking the waist, sucking in those hips of Souto. Wilkinson following through that second effort. Really had great position to finish all 3 of those takedowns in the first round.
Robert Wilkinson made the trip from Hobart, Tasmania to participate in this bout. Bruce Souto out of Brazil.
Good work. Yeah, Sean wouldn't stop asking him about all the animals in Tasmania. Jeez, what a nerd.
Tasmanian devils are fascinating creatures, endemic only to that small island, Kenny.
It really is amazing that Wilkinson was able to cut down 185 pounds. He looks massive at 205 here.
And he lands a blitzing combination there. Bruce Souto is going to have to start figuring some things out both on the feet and on the ground. Wilkinson with a very strong first round. Oh, Souto comes in and eats a tough shot for his troubles. And there's a knee on the retreat and another to the body. Bruce Souto in big trouble. Wilkinson pounding away with the right hand. Referee's seen enough. 5 points for Wilkinson. A successful PFL debut.
He had a quiet confidence about him all week, and that's exactly why he looked phenomenal. I'm not sure he made a mistake tonight.
Great job picking his combinations, being patient. Souto coming in with the wider punching and and Wilkinson able to come right down the middle and make him count.
Impressive debut for Robert Wilkinson. There's our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. You saw the 3 takedowns in round number 1. It was the knees and the punches in round number 2 that closed the show for Robert Wilkinson. A win is a win for any mixed martial arts fighter, Kenny Florian. But those 5 points put Robert Wilkinson in a nice situation here.
Absolutely, that is huge. Here's a miss from Souto, and it was just a short shot, a little shovel hook it looked, coming up, almost like an uppercut that landed, that dropped him. Souto didn't see those shots, and then the knees. I think that knee to the body kind of finished the deal, and then it was these right hands, non-stop hooks and hammer fists from Robert Wilkinson. Just brutal stuff here. Excellent posture, getting all the leverage on each and every punch. Excellent killer instinct.
Lillian Garcia has our official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 46 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by TKO, earning 5 points in the light heavyweight division, Razor Robert Wilkinson.
All right, Razor Rob Wilkinson, an impressive PFL debut. The 5-point second round finish, but I want to go back to the first round. 3 takedowns and some beautiful ground and pound to get that round in the books. Is that something you were working on and thought you could score with in this fight?
That's something I've done since I started MMA, was ground and pound, takedowns, ground and pound. I've been working heaps on my striking, but always happy to take people down and punch them when they can't punch me.
Well, that was the story in the first round, but then in the second round, it was that striking that you've been working on. Yeah. You landed this nice little almost uppercut shovel hook. That hurt him, and then the knees to the body. When did you know that he was withering?
That uppercut, yeah, I love that right uppercut. And he dropped. Then I think I threw a couple of knees, and my corner was yelling knee. Then I threw to the head that dropped him, and then finished him with the hammer fist.
Yeah, you took him off the feet there. There's that whole sequence. There's the knee.
Yeah, knee to the body, then I got 2 to the head there, and then he went down one more time, and I heard the refs, saying he's got to move, so I made sure I just kept hitting him until the ref stopped it.
Well, look, the fight game is nothing new to you, but the PFL format, that's 5 points. That's a nice little comfortable spot in the standings in the early goings. How does it feel?
Feels good. As I said before, I've got 12 or 13 out of my 14 wins are finishes. The only one I couldn't finish was in a ring, and he kept wiggling under the ropes, the little bastard. But so yeah, this format suits me well. I don't like going to the judges.
Victorious in his PFL debut, Razor Rob Wilkinson. Well, with one regular season fight down, that puts Robert Wilkinson at the top of our light heavyweight standings. 5 points for the second round finish. And the man from Tasmania in a comfortable spot after his PFL debut. More regular season action when we return. Omari Akhmedov looking to get his first PFL win. And he will bring a newcomer into the cage. Viktor Pesta trying to grab at least 5 points on ESPN+. Still coming up, the People's Main Event. Fans got their PFL tokens on Socios.com, and they have voted. Emiliano Sordi versus Cory Hendricks was named the People's Main Event, scheduled for the final fight on ESPN+. More regular season action in the light heavyweight division right now, brought to you by Bravago, Omari Akhmedov, and Viktor Pesta in an international affair.
All right, it is time to get our next fighters to the cage. Introducing first, in the blue corner, Viktor Pesta.
Viktor Pesta is a massive light heavyweight, Randy.
He is a huge guy for sure. He says he wants to finish this fight, but he doesn't want to be reckless at all. So it'll be interesting to see how he balances that energy.
He's won his last 3, as you can see there in the graphic, all by TKO. He feels like his style translates incredibly well to the PFL format. And look, the tone has been set. Kenny Florian, Rob Wilkinson said, I'm getting a finish. He got it in the second round. And that's who you're chasing in the standings, at least for the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, he knows he loves to finish, but at the same time, he says, I cannot be stupid here against Akhmedov. Doesn't want to make that mistake and get caught.
Feels like his range is going to be the difference, the big difference for him in this fight against Akhmedov.
And in the red corner, Omari Akhmedov.
Omari Akhmedov, he's been a finisher in his career. He came to the PFL, highly anticipated bout, ended up dropping that one to a very game Jordan Young, who unfortunately, tragically, has since passed. But Omari Akhmedov needs to get back on the winning track if he wants to find himself inside the PFL playoff picture.
Yeah, that's right. Didn't quite pace himself in that
Exactly. It's exactly what I was going to say too, Kenny. He's learned to temper his energy in his energy output so that he can go as many rounds as he needs to go, as hard as he needs to do it.
Well, when you're a converted middleweight, this is not the kind of light heavyweight you like to see standing across from you. Omari Akhmedov is not the biggest in this division, and Viktor Pesta, he is.
But he does feel he's got the speed advantage, so he's going to try to use that here against Pesta.
Take a look at our tail of the tape presented by Bravago. Pesta, 3 years the junior of Omari Akhmedov. He is 4 inches taller, 7-inch reach advantage on the arms, 2 inches to his advantage on the legs. Lillian Garcia, let's get him going.
The $6 million quest starts this evening. That's right, and we right now continue with the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, standing 6 feet, 4 inches tall. He weighs in officially 205.5 pounds. In 24 professional fights, this mixed martial artist has a record of 18 wins and 6 losses, with 8 victories by way of knockout. Fighting out of Deerfield Beach, Florida, by way of the Czech Republic, here is Viktor Pesta. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he stands 6 feet even, weighing in at 204.5 pounds in 29 professional bouts. This mixed martial artist has a record of 21 wins, 7 losses, and 1 draw, with 13 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Coconut Creek, Florida, here is Omari Akhmedov. Your referee in charge, Jacob Montalvo.
Jacob Montalvo oversees the action. Our second light heavyweight regular season bout, Omari Akhmedov in the gold trunks, Viktor Pesta, the larger fighter, in the black and gray. We will see if the size advantage plays a real advantage in this pro mixed martial arts bout. First of a possible 3 5-minute rounds. Pesta takes the center of the cage. Right hand lands for both, and the left hook glances off the top of Akhmedov's dome. Leg kick, hard one there from Omari Akhmedov.
I'd have to ask Akhmedov who his barber is.
Another leg kick going down to the calf. Omari Akhmedov, horsepower on those kicks. Both times compromised the balance of Pesta.
Yeah, that's one way to chop down a tall tree, and you can see the speed advantage immediately here for Akhmedov.
Once again to the low leg, already showing some redness there. It only takes a few. Mobility gets affected, balance gets affected. Nice jab from Akhmedov on that one.
The speed difference is drastic.
Yeah. Oh! Big overhand right, and that's not good. Pesta.
And another Akhmedov pouring it on early. Pesta dives down to the
Turns out the light shot!
Omari Akhmedov shuts it down! Viktor Pesta flat on his back.
Those were massive shots, my goodness. Another example, it's not always about size. Speed kills. Akhmedov with some very dangerous shots. Well, Akhmedov was using his speed to get in and get out. Pesta had his chin up in the air a little bit too tall. His hands were low. And Akhmedov was coming up and over those shots and up and over the guard and punches of Pesta. Beautiful jab, was landing shot after shot on the temple. Was able to sprawl off of that takedown attempt from Viktor Pesta. And that was the shot right there, that overhand right, just devastating, right on the button. Here it is again. My goodness, Pesta ate all of it. What a shot.
Well, we can say a lot about Omari Akhmedov's speed, Randy, but also the power. Even some of those right hands that were partially blocked were wobbling Pesta a little bit and started that whole sequence.
Absolutely. Pesta had his hands up, and a few of those deflected off the gloves, but still wobbled Pesta. That is some serious power.
Omari Akhmedov gets that coveted PFL first victory and 6 points in the light heavyweight standings. Here's our Geico Cageonomics stats. It took 10 total. The hard leg kicks, obviously a factor, but man, those overhand rights, you saw in the replay, 4 of them, especially the one that landed flush. Omari Akhmedov announces his presence to the rest of this light heavyweight division. Lillian Garcia will make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 1 minute and 25 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by knockout, earning 6 points in the light heavyweight division, Omari Akhmedov.
There's that overhand right, lands right on the chin of Pesta. Akhmedov with the power and the speed. It just seemed like he had a different gear compared to Pesta from the opening of this fight. Here it is again, Pesta recovering from the shot, and that right hand lands right on the chin, turned off the CPU.
Pahumpa liked what he saw there. And Omari Akhmedov is going to take a look at these light heavyweight standings and enjoy that for a little while. 6 points for the first round finish. Our first Lithuanian fighter on the PFL roster, Teodoras Aukstuolis. For him, fighting is not just about him. his entire hometown gathers, and it's the sense of community that really matters to this young man.
In my town, everybody meet in one restaurant and watching. Sometimes people standing outdoors, you know, from window. Not about victory, but about how people come and meet and talk each other and, you know, create very good atmosphere and emotion. Give emotion, you know, like for me is important thing. And victory, you know, best emotion. But good fight is better, you know, because a lot of emotion, you know.
And there's his opponent, last year's runner-up, the Norwegian powerhouse, Marthin Hamlet. For him, the loss in a championship left a serious bad taste in his mouth that he's trying to wash out tonight.
Let's see, it was my international breakthrough in MMA. So a lot of people were speaking about this MMA final, this $1 million fight and everything, and then it went like it went. So then it's kind of dropped and fall a little bit, but it kind of made me more motivated for this season. Like 1 week after the final, I was thinking like, yeah, this guy have $1 million. I'm back in the basement working out. So it's gonna make me like the underdog again, and you have to have that underdog mentality, and it's kind of a good thing too.
The PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Bose, the official sound of the PFL. Redcon One, America's favorite supplements. The United States Air Force Reserve. Learn more at afreserve.com. And by Bravago, the official bold seltzer of the PFL. The PFL on ESPN Plus is brought to you by Bose, the official sound of the PFL. Redcon One, America's favorite supplements. The United States Air Force Reserve. Learn more at afreserve.com. And by Bravago, the official bold seltzer of the PFL.
PFL coverage continues shortly on ESPN and ESPN Plus with 4 more fights at 9 Eastern. The main event, a slugfest that you do not want to miss. 2 Americans, Cassius Clay he faces an MMA legend in Jeremy Stephens. Plus, we've got our 2021 PFL champion, Raush Manfio, taking on Don Magic Man Madge. Do not miss it. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage, but backstage, ESPN reporter Brett Akhmedov.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. You know, I've been to a lot of MMA events over the course of my career. I've never been in a locker room prior to a PFL event where, you know, the format, the season, the stakes of being in a regular season and the impact that's going to have on your entire year. I've never felt that energy inside a locker room. It's really interesting, man. I mean, you have Stevie Ray, who's in the room next to me. He hasn't fought in 2 years, and now he comes back into this situation where he knows a win or a loss is going to have such a massive impact on his entire year moving forward. Rob Wilkinson, we saw him pick up a knockout earlier this evening. He had trouble finding fights over the last 2 years, being in Sydney, being in Australia, not being able to get a fight. So just feeling that weight, the weight of this regular season, especially on night one, guys, is really pretty fascinating to feel it back here in these locker rooms. Sean?
Thank you, Brett. And absolutely, the tension in the building is palpable. The quest for $1 million championship begins now. You know what? We've had some interesting results already on the card. Let's check in with our betting experts, Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker, to see how things are going. Coach?
So Brett brings up a really, really good point, that there's a lot of emotion, there's a lot of pressure, because think about it, there's now bonus points that we've handed out for 2 light heavyweight fights before the either other ones even come. How does that change the approach, Ian, of the fighters moving forward tonight?
Coach, as you can see, these fighters came here to bring it. They understand the assignment. They understand the format. And look at guys like Wilkinson, like Akhmedov. These guys are finishing fights quick, picking up big points. So now other fighters, when they're coming to the cage, they are now have the bar has been set. So when you're going and you're betting, now you have to really, truly understand these guys are going for finishes. No more overs. No more going the distance. No more decisions. The PFL, they are here to finish. And that leads us into the second leg of our parlay, Coach. The dark horse, Martin Hamlet. He's made this statement before. I believe he's going to do it again. Look for him to get the finish in this fight. Right now, he's at minus 286, but that's okay. We're not taking him straight. We're going to sit back. We're going to relax. Let him get the win for us in the second leg of our parlay.
All right, and once he catches for us in the third leg tonight is who, Ian?
Emiliano Sordi, Coach. This was the former champion who last season didn't have as much success, but COVID-19 hit him hard. It affected his breathing. This line has jumped all the way up to minus 455, which is causing me to have trouble breathing. But luckily, we don't have to worry about that being straight. We have missed the last leg of our parlay. I think he gets it done. A healthy Sordi is a dangerous one, and he may fly under the radar and win the whole thing.
All right, we are ready for the second leg. Martin Hamlet, can he get it done? We're about to find out. Sean, back to you.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Ian. Quick reminder here on our Puncher's Chance League Explainer. 10 fighters per division, 6 different weight classes, 2 regular season bouts for each fighter. You get points for those bouts. 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish. The top 4 fighters at each weight class make the playoffs, and at the end of those playoffs is a championship fight where the winner takes home a belt and $1 million. So far, here are our light heavyweight standings through 2 regular season bouts. Omari Akhmedov with a quick 6, a first-round finish over Viktor Pesta, and Robert Wilkinson put on a clinic against Brucey Souto, got the second-round TKO in that bout. That's good enough for 5 points, and for now, second place. And the light heavyweight action continues. 3 5-minute rounds brought to you by Redcon 1. Norway versus Lithuania. Martin Hamlet was a runner-up last year. Teodoras Aukstuolis, he hasn't fought professionally in 4 years, but he's been staying active in combat sambo.
All right, Arlington, help me welcome these next fighters. Introducing first, in the blue corner, Teodoras Aukstuolis.
I keep waiting for this guy to turn green. He looks like a young Lou Ferrigno.
He does.
Man, is he put together.
Even the haircut. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Fascinating conversation with him in the fighter meetings, Kenny. He talked about the bootstraps mentality of the Lithuanian MMA scene. He said he started it 15 years ago. There was one coach and there was one fighter, and it was that man, Teodoras Aukstuolis. And then he brought on 2, 3, and a 4th fighter. And we asked him, well, what's it like now? And he said, it's the same.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it has tripled in size. There's 3 fighters now. So, you know, again, I love this guy's attitude, and you know, just one of those hard-working fighters, and he's got serious knockout power.
This guy drives an excavator by day.
And in the red corner, Martin Hamlet.
The interesting thing about Martin Hamlet, and he said 2 things when we were talking to him. The first is he's been working with a sports psychologist to kind of get over the loss and how the fight went in the finals last season. He also said he's been working with a nutritionist to figure out the best body type and shedding some of the mass that he brought into those early ones, realizing that this is more of an endurance and durability type sport. And so he's trying to figure out what's best. I understand both those things. In Greco-Roman wrestling, it's about picking guys up in 6 minutes and throwing them on their head. It's a different kind of lifting and a different kind of training. This fight's going to last 15 minutes. That's a lot longer than 6 minutes.
We'll take a look at our Redcon 1 tail of the tape for this 3rd light heavyweight regular season affair on our Arlington, Texas card. Both men are 30 years old. Martin Hamlet is 1 inch taller, 1 pound heavier. A 1 inch reach advantage in both the arms and the legs. It all checks out, Kenny Florian. Lillian Garcia, please, let's go.
Over 20 nations are proudly represented here in the PFL season. And now we continue the action in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in judo. Standing at 6 feet even, he weighs in officially at 204.5 pounds. In 16 professional bouts, he has a record of 11 victories and 5 defeats with 9 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Aubin-Mercier, Lithuania, here is Teodoras Aukstuolis. His opponent fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestler. Standing at 6'1", he officially weighs in at 205.75 pounds. In 11 professional bouts, he has a record of 8 victories and 3 defeats with 6 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Tønsberg, Norway, here is Martin the Dark Horse Hamlet. Your referee in charge, Carrie Hatley.
Carrie Hatley oversees the action. At this moment, potentially 6 points on the line for that man, Martin Hamlet, and his opponent, Teodoras Aukstuolis. Hamlet out of Norway, Aukstuolis out of Lithuania. Touch of the gloves, and we are underway. Oh, big right hand. Immediately, Martin Hamlet with some success, and now gets
body
into
lock,
this clinch.
nice body lock.
Big body lock and a toss, and now Teodoras Aukstuolis already with a cut over his left eye, has to figure out how to get out from under the Greco-Roman champion, 8 times over from Norway.
Yeah, it was a beautiful short right hand there from Hamlet.
It was a textbook body lock. Great job of closing the distance, getting to that clinch, using his hips. It looked like he started an inside trip. When Teodoras adjusted his hips, he captured him and threw that body lock. Very, very nice.
And we've seen how dangerous Martin Hamlet can be even from within a closed guard. He's not afraid of ground and pound, obviously, and he'll try and set up submissions from here, Kenny.
Yeah, he's so strong. Hit a beautiful arm triangle from inside the closed guard, something I haven't seen very often in mixed martial arts. But right now he's got excellent head positioning. Hasn't been so active with his ground and pound just yet, but looks like he's trying to get posture, and Aukstuolis trying to control that head and arm.
Teodoras has not let Martin Hamlet get that right arm free. He's kept the guard closed. Double-edged sword there, obviously, when you're on the bottom with that closed guard, Kenny.
Yeah, that's right. for Aukstuolis. I'd like to see him try to get those feet in the hips, try to create some space where he can get back to his feet.
And now Hamlet gets the right arm out. Temporarily, Aukstuolis goes right back to the overhook.
We see Hamlet right here inside the guard. And what I'd like to see is Aukstuolis try to get his feet in the hips where he can create some space there and push away.
I agree, Kenny. I think you've got to get those big levers back in the fight. Closing your guard locks you into that bottom position. You've got to be able to create scrambles, create space. That's going to be a challenge with a guy like Hamlet on top of you, but you've got to do that and get those long levers back in the fight.
Little old school MMA there. Martin Hamlet putting the glove over the mouth and nose of Teodoras Aukstuolis, hampering the breathing and just making life miserable on the bottom.
Maurice Smith, the first guy I ever saw do that, and I think I was on the receiving end of that, possibly.
That lockdown defense from Aukstuolis earns him a stand-up with 2 minutes remaining here in the first round. Flying knee attempt there from Hamlet. Wow. And a big left hook. Martin Hamlet striking, looking sharp here in round number 1.
Yeah, he's looking loose and relaxed, and Aukstuolis looks a little tight, and he's telegraphing a lot of his shots.
Another takedown here from Martin Hamlet, and more closed guard from Teodoras Aukstuolis, who has yet to get anything significant going on the offensive end.
Hamlet said he's been working on using his wrestling more effectively in fighting positions and learning to control and use his energy better as well, and we're seeing that tonight.
Teodoras Aukstuolis, his entire MMA career has taken place in Japan. A lot of those fights under the Rise-In banner. He actually has a knockout victory over last year's heavyweight champion here in the PFL, Bruno Capoloza. That was 2 weight classes ago for Bruno Capoloza. Yeah. Looked like a completely different person, quite frankly. Totally different body makeup for Bruno back then. 1 minute remains in this first round. There's another look through the ghost cam. Randy, if you're Martin Hamlet, how do you mount meaningful offense from this closed guard?
He's got a posture. He's got to get his head out of his chest, bring his hips in, try and use his knees to saddle in and capture those hips of Teodoras and posture up. From there, Teodoras has to come up to try and get him, to tie him up. And when he does that, he'll walk into a big punch every single time. So I think that posture is a key for creating real damage from a closed guard.
Here come the final 10 seconds of this first round. So a 6-point proposition looks like it won't come to fruition, but 5 points still on the line when we return on ESPN+. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian, light heavyweight action, and it's Martin Hamlet, all Martin Hamlet in round number 1, Kenny.
Yeah, a couple beautiful right hands there from Hamlet, and he enters right into the takedown. Look at that lift and turn. Beautiful takedown there from Hamlet. And here's this short right hand. He blocks it beautifully, stays right in the pocket, gets his head off center line, lands a beautiful right hand, getting the respect from Aukstuolis.
Martin Hamlet in the gold trunks, Teodoras Aukstuolis in the black and gray. One more touch of the gloves. See if the Lithuanian fighter can make something happen. He goes jab to the body there. Take a look at our fighter performance rating. A strong 92-point score for Martin Hamlet. FPR attempting to become, big right hand.
He's landing that right hand again and again. Hamlet showing big improvements in his overall game.
And he's entering right behind it, Randy. He's using that right hand to get into these clinch positions where obviously as a Greco-Roman champion, he's very comfortable.
Of all the styles of wrestling, I think Greco-Roman wrestling translates best to mixed martial arts because of the upright posture in that technique. And from this, especially with a barrier like this against the cage, these guys that have this background can really, really do well and be effective from here.
I don't know, Kenny, have you ever seen a Greco-Roman wrestler? I think that's an MMA.
I would love to say that Randy's biased, but he's not. I actually think he's correct. You know, especially with the cage, your ability to control in there, dictate the pace, and also mix strikes in from that clinch position is huge. And Hamlet doing it extremely well right now.
The most impressive thing I've seen in Hamlet so far is that composure. He's so much more relaxed and comfortable in there. He's, like he said, managing his energy output much, much better this season.
Which is really interesting given what we've seen from Omari Akhmedov and Rob Wilkinson, right? Because you need points. Obviously the win is most important for Martin Hamlet, but we got a 6-point first round finish from Omari Akhmedov. We got the second round finish for Rob Wilkinson that gave him 5 points.
Climbing to mount
As
here.
Hamlet climbs to mount, he may be able to set up a choke attempt and get himself 5 points here in the second round.
See him isolating Aukstuolis' right arm. Look for him to try and find a way to get to that arm triangle again.
Yeah, so far he's showing good patience, trying to work that elbow up, see if he can get it across the face of Aukstuolis. Aukstuolis trying to frame away, trying to create some kind of space. There's a big man in mount.
Hamlet digging in with that head, trying to find a way to push that elbow up and over and slide into that arm triangle position. Lost the mount now. Aukstuolis doing a nice job of getting back the half guard.
Hamlet looking to use his right instep to try and pull the left leg free, climb back into the full mount.
Aukstuolis vined in, now he's let the vine go. There's the vine again.
Yeah, Aukstuolis not really able to create much offense off of his back, really just trying to stall the game and slow down Hamlet, which can get you stand-ups, but you know, it's still, there's no threat to Hamlet. Hamlet's gonna feel comfortable here, setting up, advancing his position, setting up his ground and pound.
And this is why I think Hamlet needs to work on posturing. Get his head up, bring his hips in. So what if the guy scrambles and gets away? You've already taken him down multiple times in this fight. Take him down again.
100%. I think that's what we saw from Wilkinson a couple fights ago. He did it so well.
Yeah, fairly conservative approach from the top position here for Martin Hamlet, who has 90 seconds left to get a finish in this second round. Teodoras Aukstuolis, just no offense for that young man so far.
That vine is really frustrating Hamlet. He can't pass that half guard.
Now he's starting to climb through. This is a much better position here for Hamlet.
There's the mount.
Hamlet trying to set this up, and you can see the live fighter performance rating score alongside strike speed, arm strikes, and leg strikes. Once again, heavily in favor of Martin Hamlet.
This is where Hamlet should really try to posture up and rain down blows.
Yeah,
here.
I agree. Climb his hips up, those knees up into those armpits, get high, posture up. And especially with that fence, that barrier as close as it is, going to be very difficult on Aukstuolis to get out of there.
Teodoras Aukstuolis has, to his credit, done a good job of negating some of the more significant offense from this top position, but it's been control position after control position for Martin Hamlet, and Aukstuolis is going to have to figure it out in round number 3. The final 5 seconds of this second round. We will see the third frame on ESPN Plus when we return.
jättefina slag, jättefina nedtag. När du tar ner han, säg slå. Okej? Vi har vunnit de här 2. Han kommer komma ut hårt i tredje nu. Han kommer komma, men jag vill ha höga händer. Släppa.
And here's the one area where Martin Hamlet has really improved. He fakes the shot, level change, and that big overhand right. Now that was a little long, but he follows it right to the clinch, captures the hips, pulls the legs out from underneath of Aukstuolis. Very, very nice transition by Martin Hamlet.
All right, here we go, round 3, last round, men.
4 points still on the line here in the third round. Hamlet in the gold trunks, Aukstuolis in the gray. The final FPR score for that second round. Oh, nice combination there from Aukstuolis. The most significant offense he's had so far in the fight.
This is what Aukstuolis needs to do. Put together combinations. Try to aim for the chest of Hamlet. Oh, big
nice
uppercut.
Gonna need a follow. And once again, Hamlet in on the takedown attempt. He's got a double unders.
He's got a body lock position. Over under.
Excuse me, over under.
Circling towards that underhook side to try and capture the hips. Now he switched to a single. High single attempt by Hamlet. He's got him up and puts him down.
We've been talking about horsepower has been a theme in this 205-pound division.
On display.
I don't know if people fully appreciate watching how easy he made that look, how not easy it is to make it happen.
Aukstuolis actually connected himself to Hamlet, which allowed him to get the takedown a little bit easier. Should have been creating space there, trying to get his legs heavy to the floor. But again, when you have a guy like Hamlet with that kind of wrestling background, it's going to be difficult. But I'm seeing a lack of patience from Aukstuolis.
Head over to collectibleexchange.com for autographed event used gear and posters from your favorite PFL fighters. That's collectibleexchange.com. Martin Hamlet continues to pressure from the top. Teodoras Aukstuolis trying once again to negate that offense.
Okay, you see Hamlet's head here. He's very tight to Aukstuolis. It's hard for him to create space and get leverage on his punches. He needs to posture up, get that head over the head of Aukstuolis with space so he can land some big shots.
Referee stands it up. Round 3, halfway gone. That left hook looked like it landed, but Hamlet presses right through. Aukstuolis trying to dig himself out of this hole. Martin Hamlet continues with the pressure against the cage.
This is where he wants to try to avoid going for that front headlock or arm in guillotine, though, because that's just going to allow Hamlet to get underneath him and take him down. This is much better if he's fighting for underhooks, trying to fight for head position. He'll be much better off here up against the cage.
Absolutely correct. You got to get some inside control and pull that guy up chest to chest so he isn't down in there on your hips and your waist.
And that's wearing on him.
Able to muscle his way into a takedown.
And Aukstuolis just looks tired. I think fighting those takedown positions, he just kind of dropped to his back after that one.
Nice pass by Hamlet to half guard. Here's another position, especially with that fence behind him. He could posture up, get his hips in, his head up, and really rain down some big shots from this position. Trying to cross side all the way here, trying to slip out. There he is, cross side. Oh, goes right for the face up.
Yeah, he's got that crucifix now, Randy.
Crucifix, yeah. I got so intently watching, I forgot to say the word.
You can see the Acronis fight tracker reading the position on these fighters. Most of it has taken place in this sort of outer rim. A lot of that action right up against the cage. Hamlet's used that to his advantage in this bout as the third round ticks down. Teodoras Aukstuolis, his first pro MMA fight in 4 years. He's been training consistently. He's been competing in combat sambo, but no answer for Martin Hamlet.
Yeah, being away from the cage for that long can definitely create some serious rust. But we're also seeing a very sharp Martin Hamlet tonight.
Final 10 seconds of this light heavyweight bout. Martin Hamlet, last season's runner-up, wrestles his way to what should be a fairly straightforward decision. You can see the fatigue. That's a grueling way to win a fight. It's not the finish that Martin Hamlet was looking for, but an impressive performance nonetheless from the young Norwegian. With this one in the books, we'll take a look at our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. Most of that offense, Martin Hamlet, man, 5 takedowns. There's a reason this man is a multiple-time national Greco-Roman champ in his home country of Norway. Impressive display of grappling skill. And also, Randy, his striking looked more comfortable.
Absolutely. He settled in, he picked his shots well. When he did land, he followed them. He didn't stand there to admire his work. He followed him right to the clinch, right to good takedowns and good offense.
Round by round fighter performance rating. Maximum score of 100. You can only get that 100 if you score a finish. Round 1, the near finish for Martin Hamlet, scored him a 92. It was all Martin Hamlet. One nice combination there in round number 3 for Teodoras Aukstuolis, so he was able to get the 34, but all 3 rounds in favor of the Norwegian on fighter performance rating. Who won the fight? Fighter performance rating says it was Martin Hamlet. Randy and Kenny agree. What will the judges say? Lillian Garcia has that answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the light heavyweight division, Martin Hamlet!
Great decision, much more refined Martin Hamlet. I think there's still a couple small things that he can adjust to even be more effective, especially from that top position.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Martin Hamlet, successful season 4 debut. You wrestled your way to victory here, but we made the observation the striking did look a little bit more comfortable. Did it feel more comfortable?
Yeah, it felt more comfortable. I believe that I had that skill in the final as well, but I didn't get time to show it. But when shits go down, you stay to the basic, and I want to see today, that's wrestling.
A lot of great pressure against the cage, a lot of great takedowns, obviously. And once you got on top, he couldn't get out. That control is really what won you this fight.
Yeah, to be honest, I had a war with my mental game since the final, because it impacted me a lot to lose in less than 3 minutes in the final. And when you start doubting yourself, it's starting to be a hard week of training. But today I beat that man on my shoulder that telling me, hey, you can't do it. You won't get that done. And my motivation is my 2 kids back home, my family. I need to bring the paycheck and some gifts, you know, from the US. So I'm happy with this win. I want to thank my coaches. Stefan Brisha, a hell of a guy, and he has been a life-changing trainer for me. And back home, Andy and my team frontline, it's good.
Walk us through what it's like being in that locker room and seeing Wilkinson get 5 points and Omari Akhmedov get a 6-point finish. Did it change the dynamic of this fight at all for you?
When Wilkinson got the 5 pounds, I turned off the TV, not to just get distracted, because the win is also important. Next fight, we will see how it happened, but I need to get a finish in my next fight, and then you probably will see it, you know. I got good punches today, but the man got the chin, so yeah, let's see what happens next.
Martin Hamlet victorious in his season 4 first regular season bout.
Well, we have a clearer picture of the light heavyweight standings. Let's take a look. You see Akhmedov leading the pack there with that first round knockout win. Wilkinson and the number 2 slot, Marthin. Hamlet on the board there with 3 points, getting a decision win. And Sean's back. Sean, you kind of look like a welterweight, maybe a middleweight out there close to, but next to Hamlet.
Yeah, Martin Hamlet is a big boy. Same exact body type.
Yeah, absolutely.
We look the same with our shirts off. That's definitely true. There is Scotland's Stevie Ray. This is a man who had a little bit of a layoff. He dealt with some injuries. He's very excited to be back and chase $1 million championship.
What I'm hoping to accomplish is win the $1 million, win the belt, win the $1 million, and kind of make a statement, you know, that I'm back, that, you know, I'm not done. Fighting is my life. I've been fighting since I was a kid. I don't know, I feel like it's just in my blood. It's what I'm made to do. I'm just buzzing to be back, coming for that money.
And he will take on Paraguay's Alexander Martinez, a young fighter. In his second PFL season, he had some success. He ran into some roadblocks, but for him, last season was all about aging up.
Just getting to go through the fights, getting to know where I rank up, you know, the things that I am missing, because, you know, in those fights, I have shown some holes, and I was like, okay, well, this is good. It's a good experience. These are things that I can improve now. So, you know, be bummed out and be like, oh, man, you know, I suck. It's more like, okay, you know what? This is good, you know, because I fought against the best, and they have shown me what I need to work on. It's not like we were far off, just some little mistakes that I made from lack of experience. I just feel very different, you know, I feel more comfortable, more confident. I feel stronger too, and yeah, I think it's just aging up.
Fans, now is the time to get your PFL fan token on the Socios.com app. As a PFL fan token holder, you can vote on decisions that impact PFL fighters, like the fan favorite finish from the first half of the regular season. Get your fan token now. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. Incredible regular season action in our first event of Season 4. ESPN MMA reporter Brett Okamoto is backstage with some inside information.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. You know, and I'm just back here sort of bugging these guys as they're trying to warm up. But I think one of the names I'm really excited to see tonight is Emiliano Sordi, right? After he looked phenomenal in 2019, and the injuries and illness sort of disrupted his 2021. So we're all kind of looking forward to that old version of Emiliano Sordi, but it's not going to be completely old. There is a new wrinkle to him, and that is that he has moved his camp from California to Florida, where he trains at Sanford MMA. He showed up at the gym 6 months ago with his buddy Gilbert Burns, Sanford's wrestling coach Greg Jones, telling me that he just showed up at the gym, said, hey guys, I'm going to go back to Argentina for a while, but when I come back to the States, I'm coming here and I'm training here for PFL1. They're like, sure, great. And so since he's been there, he's been working with the likes of Tyrone Spong, Ong Lasang, a lot of great bodies there for him at Sanford MMA. So now he's healthy, his mindset is right, but he's also coming from a good camp with a lot of great names around him. So excited to see what that'll do for Emiliano Sordi. Guys?
New scenery and a change of pace for Emiliano Sordi, who, again, I can't overstate how impressive he was in 2019. If he can get back to that, this light heavyweight division gets very, very interesting. And look, as long as we're talking about the light heavyweight division, I know that we've got to give Ian Parker a little bit of love. We have an update, if I'm not mistaken, on Parker's parlay. Jonathan Coachman, Ian Parker, teach me.
Sean, we don't have to give him love. We're going to give him love. But here's the thing. This isn't about love right now. This is about Martin Hamlet, and Sean just talked to me, and we've reached a very critical point already, night one in the light heavyweight division. He said, hey, listen, I wanted to get the win, but it's only 3 points. Why? Because of the 2 fights previous, was that win not necessarily the best thing?
Coach, I agree with you. You know, for Martin Hamlet, especially with guys like Antonio Carlos Jr. coming up next and Emiliano Sordi, that next fight, he better get the finish. Look at our bet slip so far. We fell short on Brucey Soto. However, we are coming to the 3rd leg of Emiliano Sordi, and then we have the rest of the main card with OAM, Don Madge, and Clay Collard.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you got 2 fights previous and already have 5 and 6 points and you're sitting on 3, a finish is an absolute must. Now, if you're Sordi and you're sitting in the locker room right now and you're in the featured bout here on ESPN Plus, what's going through your mind, Ian?
Well, I know you didn't need to show me the love, but I'm going to show Emiliano Sordi a lot of love here because this is a guy that, when healthy, this format is exactly where he belongs, perfect for it, and he's going to give us the even odds to win this parlay. He is someone that goes out, he always looks for the finish. Last season, COVID-19 really hurt his cardio, really even the inability to train, but now he's at Sanford MMA, he's got sparring partners, and again, a healthy Sordi is a phenomenal Sordi. He's going to take it home for us.
You know, we still have one more fight before we get to that one, but the anticipation is already there because of what's already happened in the light heavyweight division. That's it for us right now. John, back to you.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Ian. So 2 legs down of Parker's parlay, the 3rd to come. But first we go to the lightweight division. A regular season bout brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Alexander Martinez and Stevie Ray take to the Smart Cage next.
All right, let's get the next fighters underway. Please welcome in the blue corner, Stevie Ray.
Here's a guy that's gone through the swing of emotions from one end of the journey to the other, thinking he was done with MMA. After a couple days, he's like, okay, then what am I going to do? Decides to jump back in, and now here he is in the PFL in the regular season.
I asked Stevie Ray in our fighter interviews how it came to be that Scotland and Scottish fighters had a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu base and a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu focus. And he told us a story of the fact that, you know, when he started training, he thought that there were maybe 3 or 4 black belts in the entire country, and now there are over 100. So for whatever reason, Scotland has really taken to that particular art, Jiu-Jitsu, even though, Kenny, as you know, it's not super effective.
Well played, well played. No, I mean, this guy's got some serious submissions. He's been competing in submission wrestling, has a submission win over Paddy Pimblett, who's a UFC lightweight right now, and Stevie Ray seems very focused, and he said this is the healthiest he's felt in a long time.
And in the red corner, Alexander Martinez.
I love this kid's attitude. said he felt a little overwhelmed in his first season in the PFL, the big lights, the big guys, and as he put it, he was growing up in some ways. He said at the end of the day, it's just me against me. And I think that's something that Martin Hamlet just discussed with you, Sean, in the cage. That little voice that's in all of our heads, sometimes that devil on our shoulder or that angel on occasion, but I love this kid's attitude about it.
Born in Paraguay, lives and trains in Canada. A great full toolbox when it comes to the sport of mixed martial arts. We saw him win a fight mostly off his back against Luik Rajabov, who's no slouch, having fought in a PFL championship and coming in as a runner-up twice. This kid is he's very, very tough. He's still incredibly young. He's got a lot of MMA ahead of him. And he's incredibly motivated, Kenny Florian, because he has a 2-month-old daughter at home. So it changes the game a little bit when you got mouths to feed.
Yeah, no question about it. He said last year was a big year for him as far as growth. Dealt with some adversity outside of the cage, losing a loved one. So yeah, he's very motivated and feels last year was a huge help.
We'll take a look at the United States Marine Corps tail of the tape for this lightweight bout. Stevie Ray is 5 years older. He is a couple inches shorter. That 2-inch reach advantage translates for Alexander Martinez to the arms, 1 inch on the legs as well. Lilian Garcia to the lightweights.
And now it is time to put our focus to the first fighters in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a grappler, standing 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighs in officially 155 1/2 pounds. In 32 professional fights, this veteran has a record of 23 victories and 9 defeats, with 14 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Kirkcaldy 5, Scotland, here is Stevie Braveheart Ray. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striker. Standing at 6 feet even, he weighs in officially 156 pounds. In 11 professional fights, he has a record of 8 victories, 2 defeats, and 1 no contest, with 6 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Grand Prairie, Alberta, Canada, here is Alexander Martinez. Your referee in charge, Jacob Montalvo.
Jacob Montalvo oversees the action in our first lightweight bout of the 2022 regular season. So no standings in this weight class just yet. Obviously, our main card coming up on ESPN Plus and simulcast on ESPN will feature 3 lightweight bouts. Touch of the gloves there. Martinez in the red trunks, Stevie Ray the southpaw in the black and gray.
That's the kick to watch for there from Martinez. Got really long legs and look to go down the middle a lot here against Stevie Ray with that body kick.
Both of these men have some success in their mixed martial arts careers with the submission game. Oftentimes submission specialists negate one another and it becomes a striking battle. And that's where the question gets answered, who's more well-rounded?
Alexander Martinez started Taekwondo under his father, who was a master in Taekwondo, as he transitioned from Paraguay to Canada.
Ray using that left hand to lead his combinations, as is often the case with this open stance situation. Both men with the lead stomp kicks. Clearly, each man was training particularly for this fight, knowing they'd be facing someone in the opposite stance.
Looks like Stevie's trying to set up a takedown or some kind of entry into the body there.
High kick attempt there for Alexander Martinez. That Taekwondo background shows when you notice his leg dexterity and the quickness with which he's able to put together kicking combinations. Good left hand from Stevie Ray. Glances off the forehead of Alexander Martinez.
Yeah, not a lot of guys can pull off that rear leg teep right to a swinging, roundhouse kick like that. Pretty amazing.
Nice body shot there from Ray. Again, that straight left hand going to work. Good movement here. Both men measuring effectively.
Yeah, Stevie Ray doing a good job mixing up, going to the body, then going upstairs. Got to watch for that overhand left.
Maybe a little poke in the eye here. Just a pawing back and forth. Oh yeah, you can see a little redness already.
Scratched him a little.
Good sportsmanship there by Alexander Martinez. The ref was the third man to notice that eye poke in the cage, but Martinez didn't press the action.
Here's the shot that got the eye of Stevie Ray. Let's see, he was going to the body there, and it looked like that lead left hand just kind of...
Yeah, just that pawing motion, just scratched at the upper eye of Stevie Ray. We're back underway here. No harm, no foul, accidental.
Ooh, it's the second time he's gone for that little hook kick to the head. Stevie Ray showing he's got some kicks as well.
And the entry there ends up putting Alexander Martinez right on Stevie Ray's back.
And you got to watch out for the leg locks of Stevie Ray. Been working on that a lot in the last couple of years.
See that adjustment by Martinez. He had that leg hooked, and he took his leg out and put his shin on that back leg, that bottom leg. A lot more dangerous when it's hooked for him to roll to those leg locks.
Exactly.
You step on it or put your shin on it. Still pins it, but you're in a lot less danger of somebody rolling to a leg lock.
That kick right down the middle is absolutely beautiful for Martinez.
Alexander Martinez with the body lock takedown there.
He went from a giant teep right into a body lock.
Here's some flexibility and dexterity from Stevie Ray, attempting this lockdown position. Maybe a thought for a go-go plata there early from Stevie Ray.
Hey, watch your arms, watch your head here. Watch that guillotine, keep your head in the center for me. Hands back inside, watch his hips, try to isolate the right arm. Watch it, watch it.
Nice job by Martinez to switch his hips there and get off of that butterfly on the one side by Stevie Ray.
He opens that guard, we can go. Hands on the inside now, please. Watch his hips, they go pass it. Heavyweight now, heavyweight.
Oh, almost a mount there from Martinez. Pass briefly.
Lightning quick Martinez in that scramble. Stevie Ray thought he was going to be able to come out the back door momentarily, but Martinez negated that. Now Stevie Ray closes the guard.
Stevie Ray doing a good job of creating some space, keeping Martinez on the outside.
30 seconds remain in this first round. First lightweight bout of our PFL regular season. Martinez kicking at the legs of Stevie Ray, our first Scottish fighter on the PFL roster. Martinez tries a right hand.
Oh, almost a leg lock attempt there from Stevie Ray. Martinez landing some good shots from side control though.
He'll finish the round on top, and round two is next.
Here's a nice body shot here from Stevie Ray. Kind of fakes up high, goes downstairs. Nice shot to the gut there with the left hand. And as Martinez mixing things up, goes for that little hook kick, gets a beautiful body lock takedown right into side control briefly. Martinez very fast out there.
Alexander Martinez, red trunks, his second season of PFL action. Stevie Ray making his Professional Fighters League debut in the black and gray.
FPR, 61 for Martinez, 21 for Ray in that first round.
Ray landed a right hand there on that entry, but Martinez angles out, dances away.
Ray's finding more success getting on the inside now. He's setting everything up with feints.
There's that long rear leg of Alexander Martinez again. Now good entry. Runs right through into another takedown attempt. Alexander Martinez, strong wrestling on display in the first round and here again in the second.
Excellent timing on that takedown. Didn't stop moving his feet, drove right through on that double.
It's perfect, and that was the difference. If Martinez would have hit his knees and stopped his forward momentum, he wouldn't have been successful in that attempt, and that's where a lot of guys go wrong.
Stevie Ray is a very good grappler. Martinez just bringing it to Stevie right now, out positioning him here.
Take your time and work here. 3.5, step in front.
Ray's able to work back to his feet, but now he's got Alexander Martinez on his back.
Breathe while we're working. Step in front, drive him down.
Ray looking for a Kimura grip to try and sweep and roll. High kick just glances off the guard for Alexander Martinez.
Jab it in, go to the body first. Go to the body first.
Inside of Stevie Ray's corner.
Stevie, go to the body first. And then I need combinations when you throw. Shot, Stevie Ray. That's a nice kick, Ray. Box in, Ray, box in, box in. Shot, Stevie Ray. That's better. Box in, box in. Yeah, good.
You know, let's just keep the corner up, the cool accent. I'd rather hear from him than any of us. Round two, halfway gone here. More kicks from Alexander Martinez. Oh, big left hand! Stevie Ray drops Alexander Martinez.
That was a picture-perfect 1-2 combination there from Stevie Ray, and that just changed the fight.
Alexander Martinez appears to have recovered from the knockdown. Can Stevie Ray stay on top? No, great wrestling and scrambling here from Alexander Martinez. Wow, rapid recovery from the young man.
And he has showed some really slick stuff. Some of the stuff that he's done in the heat of the moment has been very, very impressive for Alexander Martinez.
Yeah, slick stuff there from Martinez. Again, we know how scrappy he is after seeing him last season, but great recovery. Oh, look at this leg attack here from Stevie Ray. Oh, he can get a heel hook.
Trouble.
He can get an inside heel hook here, guys.
Very careful.
Stevie Ray threatening, still trying to isolate that heel.
He can get the knee bar from here. Martinez, I think he may have slipped the knee line. He might be okay here. But now the knee is out. Martinez in a much better position now.
Stevie Ray attacking the legs here for Alexander Martinez.
Martinez, excellent defense there.
That was awesome. Coming back through the legs and back up to his chest, that was exactly the right thing to do.
It's been a very technical fight, both on the feet and on the ground.
Well, still 1 minute remains here in round number two, but Kenny Florian, this is where things get very interesting from a judging scoring criteria, right? A huge knockdown like that, obviously incredibly significant. Defense, I think, is supposed to be its own reward. A significant submission attempt there from Stevie Ray, but right now Alexander Martinez is on top, and he's been in control for a good chunk of this round.
Yeah, good on Stevie Ray to get back to his feet. Didn't want to end the round on his back and erase what he did earlier.
30 seconds remain in this second round, the most interesting one of this lightweight bout, the first of our PFL regular season at 155 pounds. Another big left hand, glances off the guard. Stevie Ray wants to land that punch again, Kenny.
Yeah, he sure does. He's doing a good job of corralling him in with that right hand. That right hook is bringing him into that left hand.
Right hand landed there for Alexander Martinez. Martinez now with the combination. Stevie Ray landed an overhand right in there. Very, very fascinating second round.
And Stevie Ray kind of limped back to his corner there, guys.
Kenny Florian, contain your excitement and walk me through these.
This is just beautiful stuff there. Excellent work by the southpaw Stevie Ray. Showed his patience. Beautiful left hand right down the middle. And here's the get up from Martinez. Got his wits back and got right to that underhook position. And beautiful entry from Stevie Ray as he was trying to attack that inside heel hook. Martinez doing a beautiful job of getting his foot flat to the floor, then escaped his knee. Brief little knee bar there. Man, what a round for Stevie Ray. Martinez able to battle back, though, with some nice kicks down the middle.
I really genuinely don't know, Randy, how you score that round. It's a tough one because you saw the stiff right hand from Alexander Martinez at the end, too, after, you know, scrambling back, and control matters.
Yeah, I think that's what differentiates boxing from MMA. If this were boxing, a knockdown is clearly a 10-8 round in a winning round for most, but it's not the case in MMA. First of all, it's 5 minutes, it's longer, and that control, like you said, Sean, becomes a much bigger factor.
And to that point, look at FPR. FPR gave that round significantly to Stevie Ray. So FPR is an attempt to remove the subjectivity from scoring. It's not about what happens in the fight. It's not just about that. It's about the impact of the actions in a fight. And FPR says that was all Stevie Ray. I will trust the algorithm on that one. So perhaps a round apiece here as we enter the third.
Yeah, I agree with that math. Stevie Ray now working a takedown. This was critical here. But dropping him and hurting him like he did in round two, I think won him the round. I don't think it was a 10-8, but a 10-9 round for Stevie Ray. We have it tied up here with Stevie Ray on top in round three. What a fight so far.
Okay, now this is another place where things get very interesting because stylistically, Alexander Martinez is one of the more active fighters in the entire sport of mixed martial arts off of his back. We saw him win an entire fight against Luik Rajabov off of his back. He's constantly attacking with strikes, with submission attempts. You cannot settle into any type of easy control here. Now, Stevie Ray is a supreme grappler, and I expect him to try and pass and set something up. But this is going to be the kind of fight that Kenny Florian loves because it's taking place on the floor.
Nice job. Nice job by Martinez. Creating a scramble.
Heel hook attempt from Stevie Ray.
Not sure I agree with that decision. He gave up position for a heel hook that's a little bit too far away. Martinez gonna get out of this, but he goes right into a calf slicer. This might be a problem for Martinez.
If Stevie Ray could get that right foot figure forward in properly and come up. Alexander Martinez trying to hammer fist his way out of trouble here, but he's got Stevie Ray, and now they'll attack one another's legs.
Yeah, Martinez doesn't really have the position, but Ray's gonna get on top. He's going into a triangle. Ray's gonna get out.
Gets out of that one. Nice work here. High-level grappling, and then single leg counter. Goodness gracious.
Beautiful crackdown there by Martinez, and Ray's on his back. Woo! Wow.
Top level, just tit for tat right on down the line. Amazing.
Back and forth grappling exchanges. Incredibly high-level stuff. Double overhooks. Alexander Martinez pulls his arms out. You see the heavy breathing of Stevie Ray. Take a look at our live FPR in this crucial, perhaps deciding first round. Right now in favor of Stevie Ray, 51-40. It's very close. And obviously this top position for Alexander Martinez can swing things in his favor if he can remain there. Fighter performance rating. A score from 0 to 100. Only a finish scores the full 100. We'll go back into Stevie Ray's corner.
Kick my way, stand up. Stevie, I need you attacking here. Back to feet in the hips. Back to your feet in the hips. Back to your feet in the hips. Back to your feet in the hips. Stevie, feet in the hips. I need you attacking, Ray.
Timeout from the referee here. Alexander Martinez awarded an effective takedown in the FPR scoring criteria. 30, they're calling a doctor in, I guess for the cut on the eye here. And nothing that's gonna finish a fight or end a fight here. Above the eyebrow.
Stevie Ray having trouble seeing? He acts like he's struggling to, his vision's struggling.
I think it might have been a headbutt is why
right.
The referee is taking the position away, the positional advantage away from Alexander Martinez.
You ready? Are you sure? All right, guys, keep it clean. All right, guys.
Inadvertent headbutt caused that cut. Just over 60 seconds left. Oh, another nice left hand there from Stevie Ray. An exchange of punches. Stevie Ray trying to find his way back into boxing range. Goading Martinez forward, who's now standing in the southpaw stance. Push kick from Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez staying more active right now than Stevie Ray. Ray looking for the big shot, but he's not really setting it up.
Martinez doing a nice job of moving his head on line, being hard to hit, and counter-punching in a lot of situations.
Ducks right in underneath the advance of Stevie Ray and gets a takedown. Alexander Martinez will look to finish this fight on top.
Yeah, Stevie Ray got a little too upright, allowed Martinez to level change and hit that takedown.
Couple nice hammer fists to punctuate the point here for Alexander Martinez. As our third and final round comes to a close, the up kick lances off the guard. Alexander Martinez and Stevie Ray open the lightweight season with a very fascinating fight. Take a look at the Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. 5 takedowns for Alexander Martinez. The 1 knockdown for Stevie Ray will be interesting to see how the judges score it. Striking advantage in attempts and strikes landed goes to Alexander Martinez as well.
Here you're going to see a nice one. There's the big left hand strike down the middle by Stevie Ray. There's the double leg, slips right under Martinez. Finishes strong with the double leg, gets to the top position. Here's Martinez trying to fend off the heel hook, and there's the hammer fist from behind the back by Martinez. Some very technical situations in this fight by both of these guys. Rolls right into the triangle choke, but Stevie Ray not having it. Counters right away, does not let him lock it in. Martinez shifts, single leg, dumps him, dumps his hips and finishes. Nice body kick. And there's a takedown by Martinez.
Take a look at the fighter performance rating, a score from 1 to 100, round by round. Sees it the way that I think maybe we see it. Alexander Martinez in the first, Stevie Ray favored in the second. Alexander Martinez finished that third round on top. Some really interesting sequences there, but the fighter performance rating says Alexander Martinez won this bout. Randy and Kenny agree with fighter performance rating. We will find out what the judges thought of this one. Lillian Garcia has that decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 30-27, 29-28, and 30-27, all for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the lightweight division, Alexander Martinez.
After one fight, here are our lightweight standings in season 4. Alexander Martinez, 3 points for a decision victory. Emiliano Sordi in the people's main event coming up next. The Argentine striker has made a lot of changes to get himself ready for season 4.
La verdad que no era la mejor sensación, pero de eso pude aprender que puedo pelear con el corazón también.
Sordi just showing a ton of heart here. You know he's exhausted.
La mayoría de mis peleas anteriores eran muy cortas, rápidas, terminaban rápido y nunca podía demostrar el coraje. Fueron 3 peleas de 3 rounds duras y pude demostrar que puedo pelear con el corazón también. No dejé de entrenar, normalmente siempre paraba 2 meses o 3, esta vez nunca paré de entrenar. Y bueno, y ahora cambié todo cuando volví para Florida, cambié de todos los coaches, compañeros de entrenamiento, la verdad que todo un cambio nuevo.
You have to wait till intermission, brother.
There's a look at the Bud Light Celly section.
You bet.
Folks having a good time. Enjoying the Bud Lights. Look at that bucket. Here's our light heavyweight standings. Top 4 advance to the playoffs based on points. Points are awarded based on results in the season. That 3 points in the 3 spot, that's Martin Hamlet's for a decision victory. Robert Wilkinson with the second round finish got 5. And at the top of the table for the moment, Omari Akhmedov with a first round knockout of Viktor Pesta. Our featured light heavyweight bouts on our ESPN Plus exclusive card. 5 minutes, 3 5-minute rounds brought to you by Socios.com. Emiliano Sordi, Cory, Hendricks.
All right, let's welcome our blue corner fighter, Cory Hendricks.
Kenny Florian, Cory Hendricks. He's been through the ringer, back and forth fights last year in the PFL season. He got a late opponent change, invited into the season last minute. He was supposed to be part of a showcase bout, and here he's back to take on Emiliano Sordi.
Tell you what, Cory Hendricks is a guy that a lot of people sleep on. He's got a lot of skills in a lot of different areas. I thought he showed a lot of heart in his win over Marthin Hamlet last season, getting the win. And he's big for the division. This is going to be an interesting fight here against Sordi.
And in the red corner, Emiliano Sordi.
Randy, we've said it 1,000 times. 2019, this guy was unbeatable. COVID, injury, really hampered his 2021 season. But if he gets back to form, who stands in his way?
And he's made a significant effort to get back to form. He's changed camps, he's come to the States, he says he's 100% healthy, he's got training partners, new coaches. He's doing everything in his power to make sure that we see exactly what we saw in 2019, which was 5 finishes, 4 of those in the first round.
The third leg of Parker's parlay would be a win here for Emiliano Sordi. Our tail to tape for this final bout on ESPN Plus exclusively. Brought to you by Socios.com. Cory Hendricks is 2 years older. He's 1 inch taller. Both men weighed in at the light heavyweight limit. Emiliano Sordi with the reach advantage in the arms and the legs. Lillian Garcia, one more time.
Here in the PFL, every fight counts. And this bout is in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striker, standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighs in officially 205 3/4 pounds. In 12 professional fights, he has a record of 8 victories and 4 defeats with 7 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is Cory Hendricks. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is also a striker. Standing at 6'2", he officially weighs in at 205 1/2 pounds. In 33 professional fights, this veteran has a record of 23 victories, 9 defeats, and 1 draw, with 16 wins by way of knockout. Fighting out of Rio Cuarto, Argentina, here is your 2019 PFL Light Heavyweight Champion, Emiliano Dogo Sordi. Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley to oversee the action here. 3 5-minute rounds at 205 pounds. We already showed you the standings that may change the dynamic, the approach, with Omari, Akhmedov, and Wilkinson both carrying finish points in.
Ready, let's go.
Sordi in the gold trunks, Cory Hendricks in the black and gray. 2 accomplished strikers in this division.
Hendricks stated when we talked to him, this thought his best option was to try to get Emiliano Sordi on the ground and fight this fight on the ground.
Hendricks switching his stances here a couple times already in the very early goings of this fight, trying to give Emiliano Sordi different looks.
Sordi does a great job of changing up his rhythm. He'll kind of creep in a little bit, act like he's going slow, and then explodes. Beautiful uppercut there by Sordi.
We saw Sordi in his PFL debut. 1 punch finished that fight. It was a 16-second knockout the first time out in a PFL cage. Cory Hendricks ate that one.
Be ready when you disconnect. Be ready, right? Keep them hands up. Stretch them out. Stretch them arms out. Sink down a little bit. Sink down.
Sordi doing a good job of winning those underhooks, has the inside position and decides to break away.
Sordi's legs kicked out from underneath him. Cory Hendricks with those different looks, keeps switching stances.
I think that's going to be Cory's best bet here, kind of attacking the legs of Sordi, trying to slow him down.
Switching leads, switching looks. It's hard for Sordi to settle into one rhythm.
Excellent level change. Sordi trying to get that hook sweep, unable to do it.
This is where Cory Hendricks wanted to be. It's always true in the light heavyweight division that, you know, power is something you have to consider, but with Emiliano Sordi even more so. So Hendricks taking that away by putting the Argentine on his back.
Sordi trying to attack an arm lock.
Armbar attempt.
Switches to the other one, maybe trying to switch things up and go to a triangle, unable to do that.
Sordi does have a submission victory in the PFL. That is
that's
a tight armbar.
It's locked in.
And now he's getting the figure 4 on the legs. Cory Hendricks going to try to get his elbow out past the cup.
Oh, that looks very
Emiliano
tight.
Very tight.
Can he extend the arm, the right arm of Cory Hendricks in dire straits? Nice defense here. It looks like he's out of trouble.
Yeah, he's going to be safe here. Watch the triangle. Sordi doing a good job of angling his hips to get that arm. Staying busy. Excellent work there from guard.
Great chain grappling from one to the next to the next.
Absolutely.
And you can see here why Emiliano Sordi is a former champion in the PFL, right? He's dangerous on the feet. Even when he gets taken down and put on his back, he's still dangerous. He has one submission victory, as I started to say, when he slapped down that arm bar over Bozagita Tayev.
You see a lot of fighters in that arm lock. They actually try to pull out in a way. That's actually what you don't want to do. Hendricks did a good job of staying calm, keeping the weight on Sordi, not allowing that arm to get locked all the way out. Took some toughness as well because it was definitely bending that elbow joint. Look at that attempt at a reversal. Good job to elevate there from Sordi to get back to his knees.
We talked to Hendricks about his experience, his relative experience in this weight class. Sordi has almost 3 times as many fights as Cory Hendricks does, but Hendricks has been around. He's been training with really good guys. He doesn't consider himself a veteran necessarily, but he's far from novice, and we're seeing that with his ability to stay on top of Emiliano Sordi right now. Excellent work following the instructions. Heel hook. Emiliano Sordi had that tight. Hendricks just rolled with it.
Yeah, able to slip the heel, and now he's in a calf slicer.
Toe fold attempt here from Cory Hendricks.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. He's got a good grip on that foot. Hendricks at the end of that lever there, trying to get that toe hold. Kind of gives the same pressure as you would a heel hook. Now he's in on a calf slicer.
Back and forth they go to a knee bar attempt and a toe fold attempt here. Anything you can do, I can do better. Oh, knee bar attempt.
Knee bar.
From Emiliano Sordi.
Hyperextension there.
The round coming to a close here as they grapple back and forth, attacking the legs. Round 2 ahead.
Wow.
Want a little bit of fake, and then tight with the punches, all right? Because he's trying to fake you to go for the shot, right? Okay? Just little shots, fake. All I gotta do is touch him, right? Fake, give him the reach and then touch the hook and cross. They feel no good. Don't hang out too much on the back.
Forget the submissions, okay? Go back up, be on top. You're the stronger man, you're the state church.
Hey, here's Cory changing levels. He changes his stance first. Feints again, and then goes right underneath. Beautiful level change off those feints. Excellent execution of the double leg. And here's Sordi getting the angle on this arm lock. We saw it twice, comboing off of other submissions as well. We had some beautiful exchanges here on the ground. Cory Hendricks posturing up, landing some ground and pound. Again, Sordi trying to attack that arm lock. Great round for both men.
Nice leg kick to open round number 1. That 95 score on fighter performance rating in favor of Sordi can be explained by the tight submission attempt. Near submissions are rewarded heavily, as are near knockouts with those big-time knockdowns. calf kick, and Sordi tries to land a right hand on the counter.
He was also pretty deep on that knee bar to end that round as well, was Sordi.
Body shot there from Emiliano Sordi. Hendricks able to take most of the heat off it with his movement. Oh, nasty low calf.
Those are the shots. Sordi's feeling that, Sean.
I think that he felt that in his knee. His foot was planted hard. He hit him in the calf, and I think it jarred his knee pretty significantly. He's having trouble with his knee.
That left leg for Emiliano Sordi is just about done, and Cory Hendricks knows it. Plenty of time left as he tries to take out a former champion.
Yeah, that was the strike I thought he should go to, and he's taking full advantage of that heavy lead leg of Sordi. Sordi not adjusting, showing a lot of toughness here. He's got his poker face on. Hendricks with a takedown now.
He ran all the way through that takedown attempt. Sordi had the cow catcher, and it looked like maybe he was going to negate it, but Cory Hendricks kept running his feet, and now he's on Emiliano Sordi's back.
I think this kind of favors Sordi out of all the positions because he's having trouble just standing up right now. If that was Hendricks, maybe let him get back to his feet.
Hard to give up back control against someone as formidable as Emiliano Sordi. You don't want to stand in front of him, and now he'll be looking to sink a choke. Cory Hendricks goes to work with the left hand here in the People's Main Event.
Full mount.
And wailing away. Cory Hendricks punching. Referee
Pop back.
Standing over the action here. And that will do. Second round finish and a big time upset for Cory Hendricks, who came into this bout as a massive dog.
What a performance from Cory Hendricks. Smart approach, chopped down that lead leg from Sordi. We saw his potential when he submitted Hamlet last season, so he was no slouch heading into this. He knew the challenge that was in front of him, and he came up big against the former champ.
That is a huge win for Cory Hendricks.
Here you see Cory Hendricks found himself in the full mount, pounding away, keeps that nice posture, picking his shots, making them count, and the cover your face is not a terribly intelligent defense. The referee does the right thing and steps in.
You got to keep moving. You got to keep moving. You got to get yourself out. You saw Mike Powell in the corner gleefully clapping. Here's our Gageonomics stats bundle presented by Geico. The 2 takedowns for Cory Hendricks. One of those leg strikes that he landed, and he threw 10, he landed 10. One of those really damaged the leg of Emiliano Sordi, and that started the chain events that led to a finish. Cory Hendricks, the biggest win of his career? We'll find out next.
Up, you know? Yeah. side's my good side. We'll figure it out and get that one. You're on that side. This one up.
The PFL on ESPN Plus has been brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Next Level Hydrogen Water, the official water of the PFL. Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by Bose, the official sound of the PFL.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas, the esports arena at the Arlington Sports Complex. Oh, the big kicks from Cory Hendricks.
Just nasty kicks. I mean, just like swinging a baseball bat, and whether it's getting the knee itself or the outside of the quad, it does serious damage. You can't put any weight on that lead leg, and very difficult to win a mixed martial arts fight on one leg. There's the takedown. Cory Hendricks bringing the pressure. Sordi trying to get up, gives up his back. In the end, it was Hendricks in one of the worst positions you could find yourself in a mixed martial arts fight, in the mount position. Hendricks hammer fisting, punching down with gravity on his side, getting the TKO win. And that is a very excited Cory Hendricks, who tends to be mostly stoic, but what a win.
Called down Cory Hendricks. For the official decision, we go to Lillian Garcia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 2 minutes and 13 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by TKO, earning 5 points in the light heavyweight division, Cory Hendricks!
I'm here with the winner, Cory Hendricks. Cory, incredibly impressive performance. First, let's start with that first round. A couple of tight submission attempts after your takedown. How close were those?
I wasn't super concerned. They were close to being close, but I was safe.
And then in the second round, it was really, I think, those low kicks. You took his left leg out from under him, and from there, it seemed academic. Did you know that when he limped off that leg kick landing that it was going to be over?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was pretty obvious they were having an effect, and yeah, stick with them then. If it works, keeps doing it.
You were a massive underdog coming into this fight. That is a guy who has won $1 million PFL championship a couple of seasons ago. What should we believe about you, knowing that you just beat him?
I can compete with anybody.
And it was a last-minute opponent change. To set the stage for the folks at home, you were supposed to be part of a showcase bout. You were preparing for somebody else, and then you got the call, hey, we want you to be in the season, and it's going to be Emiliano Sordi. What was the reaction when you got that call?
I mean, it's never ideal to have a last-minute opponent change, like a week out, but, you know, it got me into the season. That's what I wanted, and I got the result I want out of it, so it's good.
A second-round finish good enough for 5 points. Cory Hendricks with a huge victory.
Let's take a look at the light heavyweight standings. Cory Hendricks earning himself 5 points, currently tied with Robert Wilkinson. Omari Akhmedov leading the pack with 6 points with his first round knockout. Martin Hamlet trailing at number 4.
There's a nice look at those light heavyweight standings. Thanks for that. Here's our Bud Light knockout of the night. Omari Akhmedov didn't waste a lot of time. Boom! A right hand turns out the lights on Viktor Pesta. Oh. Plants him. Omari Akhmedov successful in his season 4 debut. Cageonomics reads our kick speeds. Redcon 1. How about Cory Hendricks? 56 miles an hour. And Kenny Florian, you said that those kicks, that shin, it's like swinging a baseball bat. It's like swinging a baseball bat at 56 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's a heavy baseball bat with Cory Hendricks. He's a big dude.
As the regular season takes shape, don't forget week 3. Our May 6th main event, Kayla Harrison, Marina Mokhnakina. That's right. The baddest woman on the planet is back. You'll see her May 6th.
Kayla Harrison, the biggest free
Let me say
agent
something
in
about
MMA.
Kayla. We've been talking about this.
Just sign a contract.
The sky is falling, don't like it. Think about how they're speaking.
I have a lot of people who think they know what Kayla Harrison should do, who've never even met me. The last 6 months have been chaos. Everyone had an opinion on where I should go, why I should go, what weight I should fight, how I should do my hair when I fight, and ultimately, I have to do what's best for me and my family.
Kayla Harrison has officially re-signed with the PFL.
The uncertainty's done. The contract is signed. I'm back with the PFL. It's go time. I've been a trapped animal in this media circus for 6 months. Now they're about to unleash the beast.
Kayla Harrison, quick 6.
Last year was about dominating.
There it is, and there's the tap.
This year, it's about my legacy.
One of the best fighters on the planet.
I've been doing 2-a-day since I was 12 years old. I was born for this.
Oh, big toss.
I was given my story for a reason, and I'm gonna use it to change the world. There's only 2 things that matter in my life. That's my family and my legacy. I will go down as the greatest fighter of all time.
Back to back, PFL championship.
No more noise.
Kayla Harrison will make her return on May 6th. So will Ray Cooper III. So will Anthony Pettis. Welterweights and women's lightweights coming up Friday, May 6th. You want to be there. I promise you. You want to be there. We'll start things off at 5:30 Eastern on ESPN Plus and continue simulcast on ESPN Plus and ESPN2. So that's week 3, but what about week 2? Week 2, we got some good stuff. How about the featherweights and the heavyweights? Lance Palmer, 2-time champion, is back. Chris Wade still chasing the championship that eluded him at lightweight and at featherweight. And Bruno Capoloza, Stuart Austin in a heavy-hitting main event. Bruno Capoloza, by the way, perhaps the fastest heavyweight hands in the entire sport of mixed martial arts. We will see him next Thursday. So 8 days from today. Kenny, I know that you're a big fan of Bruno Capoloza's hands.
Absolutely. The guy, it's unbelievable that he's a heavyweight and he can move that fast. The way he puts together his combinations, his confidence right now, everything that he had to deal with last season, the dude is a champion in and out of the cage. Can't wait to see him compete next week.
And Randy, I mentioned Lance Palmer. Lance, you know, the All-American Wrestling, the long resume, the 2 championships here in the Professional Fighters League, but it was kind of a theme that some of our champions fell off last season. Can he return to form?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Here's a guy with an amazing pedigree, already a champ twice for us, and can he get himself back on track, get over guys like Bubba Jenkins and other guys that kind of threw a monkey wrench in that.
It's going to be a fascinating featherweight and heavyweight card. Obviously, we have a lot more action to come here with the lightweights and the light heavyweights, the women's lightweights and the welterweights in week 3. Season 4 has just begun. So much more action to come on ESPN Plus. Already some incredible action here tonight in Arlington, Texas, but this is what we're building toward, a co-main and main event with a lot of intrigue. Both of those fights happening in the lightweight division. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian still beside our PFL Smart Cage. And let's talk about the co-main event, Kenny. Raush Manfio a champion from a season ago. He fights in the co-main event tonight. Are we overlooking Raush by not making him the main event?
I think we are. I think a lot of people are. And here he is, again, an underdog as a champion last year. So he kind of reminds me of Frank Edgar back in the day. He was a guy who was undersized at 155 pounds, ended up becoming a world champion in that division. Certainly a mixed martial arts legend. And Manfio, he's won a lot of these decisions. He knows how to win. And he's a guy who only got better. So I think we're going to continue to see that evolution.
Well, not only a great underdog story, but really he's living the dream now. You can hear him say that in his own words.
And the 2021 PFL Lightweight World Champion, Manfio!
I don't get more concerns to pay the rent. So now fight for me is just because I love it. It was not a good motivation, need money to fight. So this year I am dangerous. Because I have no more concerns about money. We are living right now, like American dream. So we went to Disney a couple of times, like I don't want to go anymore. Family is really happy and proud. I will just, wake up and realize what happened when I go to Brazil and I see my family there and how my life really changed when I compare where I used to live there and when I am right now.
Raush Manfio says that now he's dangerous. Now he's somebody you have to worry about. He won a championship a year ago, but let's talk about his opponent, Don Madge. Don Madge, South African prospect, came and fought in season 3 in a showcase bout. He won that bout, Randy, and then he said, Raush Manfio's the guy that I want to fight in my real PFL regular season debut. He asked for this.
There's some real swagger and confidence there to go right to the top of the heap and say, I want to send a message to every guy on this roster that I am here to stay and here to win. And I like that confidence. Sometimes people think that's brash, but I think he's just confident in his abilities. Comes from a very strong Muay Thai and striking background, but he's got some submissions in his game too. He's very well-rounded. This guy is a real deal fighter.
The African continent is a hotbed of mixed martial arts talent that is largely untapped, and Don Madge wants to be one of the first ones to make a statement.
No, I think Raush, as an opponent, he's proven that he can get through a full season and get the wins. He's a really tough guy. He's definitely no slouch, and he's definitely not anyone that I'm looking past. But I did want to fight him first, and I did request to fight him first because I would like to fight the champion first and send out a message to the rest of the roster to say that, all you guys are fighting for second place. I'm here to win this.
Wanting to let everyone else know you're fighting for second place. He hasn't even fought in a PFL regular season contest yet, and already that confident, Kenny. Is there a reason behind that confidence?
I think so. Listen, he's traveled all over the world. He's trained with some of the best fighters in the world. And he says, I know where I'm at. And that's certainly a huge help when you're able to train with a bunch of world-class fighters. And yes, training is different than fighting, but at least he can measure his technical ability against those that are elite. And he thinks he's right at the top.
And Randy, I joked about it, but Raush Manfio doesn't have to work another job now. He can focus solely on his mixed martial arts training. We've all been in that position where you kind of get to focus only on this career. How much more dangerous does it make a fighter?
I think he has time now to relax, refine his training tactics, figure out where his holes are, how he can get better, and no stress involved. He peeled away all that stress, that financial stress. I'm with him. I don't want to get to Disneyland anymore.
Come on, Randy. That's just the co-main event, and then we take a look at our main event. Cassius Clay Collard, Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens. Safe to say that both of these men are very much looking forward to the main event matchup.
I'm excited to face Jeremy Stevens. He's coming off of his last handful of fights with the UFC, so he's hungry, I'm sure he's coming into this new promotion wanting to start off with the win. Obviously, he's coming ready to fight.
I'm ready to come in here and just rejuvenate myself, rejuvenate my career. My fighting style is nasty. It's in your face, it's hard action, it's put some knees to your head, some shins to your skull, and just brutal. Sledgehammers are on my hands, and I'm looking to swing them at all times.
Clay Collard with a left hook and a right hand. Collard continues to work.
I've said this since last year. I like to beat up the tough guys. Give me the tough guy right out the gate, man. I'm ready to rock.
Clay Collard drops Anthony Pettis a second time.
He's a fighter. He's gonna be there. He's not gonna be hard to find. And I gotta go there, do my thing, fight my fight. My intentions are to be nasty, to be lethal. I'm here for death and destruction. You know, it's gonna be a beautiful disaster in there, and I'm gonna paint a beautiful masterpiece.
Collard continues to do damage.
I don't care what he's got to say. You can't deny me, man. He can say what he wants and talk all he wants. It's just words, man. I am ready to fight. That is a fact.
Both of them very much ready for this fight. I think I'm looking forward to this fight, maybe even more than those two are. Kenny Florian, let's start with Jeremy Lil Heathen Stevens. You have to tell it like it is. It's been a minute since he's won a high-level fight, but he's looking for rejuvenation and a restart. Is the PFL the place to do it?
Listen, I think the motivation is there. I think the PFL is the place for him to do it. This guy has fought at 170 pounds. He's knocked people out in that division. He's been a world-class fighter in 2 divisions at 155 pounds and at 145 pounds. And I think he's really matured and become a more technical fighter, but all the while has retained the nasty. This is a guy who came up really as a street fighter. He's been fighting professionally as a teenager, which is just insane. And I could see it in his eyes. I think he's ready to rock.
Jeremy Lil Heathen Stevens, an absolute born fighter, to Kenny's point, but so is his opponent tonight.
Yes.
Cassius Clay Collard. This guy started boxing and wrestling when he was 5 years old.
Yeah, I feel like we've been here before. A season ago, we're like, oh my gosh, who's going to win between Anthony Pettis and Clay Collard? We know who won that one. Clay Collard did. Cassius Clay came out, showed those boxing skills, the footwork, the angles, the amazing combinations. He himself says, I know I'm a little complacent sometimes. I'm just so comfortable there. I don't get nervous. I've been doing this my whole life. I was made to do this. So if he has a downfall, he cannot get complacent with Jeremy Stevens. It only takes one with this guy, but this is going to be a brawl. You do not want to miss this fight.
Two incredibly talented strikers, but with very well-rounded skill sets. You'll see the full gamut on display in that main event tonight. I promise you do not want to miss it. Raush, Manfio, Madge in our co-main. Clay Collard, Jeremy Stevens in the main event. Coming up next on ESPN Plus simulcast, and of course on ESPN. For Randy Couture, Kenny Florian, Lillian Garcia, Jonathan Coachman, and Ian Parker, I am Sean O'Connell. Coverage continues very shortly on ESPN Plus, simulcast on ESPN with 4 more fights starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. The main event is a slugfest you do not want to miss. Cassius Clay Collard faces MMA legend Jeremy Stevens. Plus, our 2021 PFL champion Raush Manfio takes on the Magic Man, Madge. Don't miss it. Welcome, fight fans, to Professional Fighters League regular season action. That's one half of our main event. Cassius Clay Collard getting ready to right the wrongs of a season ago. And Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens is in the building, ready to make his PFL debut after a long and illustrious career in the UFC. PFL regular season on ESPN.
The PFL regular season is back. And the lightweights and light heavies are coming out smoking. Can Cassius Clay Collard unleash his haymakers against vet Jeremy Little Heathen Stevens? Little Heathen, you gotta love that nickname. And returning champion Raush Manfio takes on Madge.
Unbelievable fight!
Plus, another champion steps in the cage when Antonio Carlos Jr. takes on Delan Monte.
Antonio Carlos Jr. for a championship and $1 million!
This season is undeniable. The PFL starts right now, live on ESPN.
There is Esports Stadium at the Arlington Sports Complex, home of the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers and the Professional Fighters League regular season. The first 3 events will take place right here in Arlington, Texas. Tonight, it's the lightweights and the light heavyweights. Season 4, our main event, Clay Collard, Jeremy Stephens. I can't tell you how excited I am for that bout. Raush, Manfio, and Madge in the co-main event. Sean O'Connell and Kenny Florian and Randy Couture, welcome to our ESPN2 audience. Thanks for sticking with us over on ESPN Plus. Action already underway. We've got the standings at light heavyweight and a little bit at lightweight starting to get figured out. But man, we've got 4 incredible fights for you still to come. And let's start with that main event, Randy Couture, Cassius Clay Collard, Little Heathen Jeremy Stephens. 2 incredible strikers, but fully tooled up mixed martial arts.
Absolutely. You know, there's 5 belts in this card represented, but these guys have been selected as the main event. There's a reason for that. There are no more game fighters in this entire sport in any weight division than these 2 guys. Clay Collard came last season against Anthony Pettis. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, Anthony Pettis, who's going to win that? Clay Collard showed his boxing skills off. He's got 9 professional wins in boxing. His footwork is astounding. His combinations are great. He's the first one to tell you, sometimes I get a little carried away. Jeremy Stephens is literally an icon in the sport, been with a who's who of MMA, 34 fights in the UFC. He's at the top of 4 categories for most falls, knocking guys down. He's got sledgehammers for hands. You do not want to blink for this fight. This is going to be a great one.
An incredible main event, but the lightweight champion from a season ago is fighting in the co-main event. Raush Manfio came in last year as an unknown, as an underdog, and he walked away with the belt and $1 million. Can he restart that journey tonight?
Yeah, the Brazilian Raush Manfio, one of the best underdog stories in mixed martial arts, came in as an alternate, ended up winning the whole thing, and he did it with resiliency, durability, excellent striking combinations, excellent ability to stop takedowns. He feels he's at his best now. He doesn't feel the pressure now to pay the bills. He is excited and ready to rock here, and he's taken on that man right there from South Africa, Madge, a guy who is coming in here very confident, so confident in fact that he wanted the champion, Raush Manfio. Madge is a guy who can finish the fight on the feet or on the ground, guys.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Madge participated in the PFL in a showcase bout a season ago, and at the championship, he watched Raush Manfio win it all and said, give me that guy. Madge, a crazy man, and we're going to see him in our co-main event. There's the full main fight card. Collard and Stephens, Manfio and Madge. Antonio Carlos Jr., the light heavyweight champion from a season ago, welcomes a newcomer and fellow Brazilian Delan Monte. And Natan Schulte is an underdog against Olivier Aubin-Mercier, despite the fact that Natan Schulte is a 2-time lightweight champion. Not a 1-time belt holder, a 2-time champion in this weight class. As Randy said, we got a bunch of belts being represented on the card tonight, and Natan Schulte opens the action. All right, so I already told you that some of the standings are being figured out. Some points have been awarded. If you're new to the PFL format, don't worry, I've got you covered. Here is our Puncher's Chance League explainer. All right, 10 fighters per division, 6 different weight classes, 2 regular season bouts each. Tonight, of course, is the first of those. You get 3 points for a win. You get bonus points if you finish. The top 4 fighters based on points in each division make the playoffs, and at the end of the playoffs is a $1 million championship bout and a beautiful gold belt. To bring you up to speed on where we stand after our undercard tonight, our light heavyweight standings right now look like this. Omari Akhmedov with a first-round knockout finish of Viktor Pesta gets 6 points. Robert Wilkinson and Cory Hendricks each scored second-round finishes, 5 apiece for them. And Marthin Hamlet with a decision victory, good enough for 3 points. You know, I can't tell you about it without showing you how Omari Akhmedov got those 6 points. The big overhand rights, some of those partially blocked, but not that one. It landed flush, and it shut the lights out on Viktor Pesta. And you can see Omari Akhmedov is pretty excited about those results. And then in our lightweight division, we've only had one bout so far. Alexander Martinez, the Paraguayan-Canadian fighter, taking on Stevie Ray, the Scotsman. A hard-fought, very technical back-and-forth battle with some really intricate grappling exchanges. Sees Alexander Martinez win. Stevie Ray will look for points in his next outing in the regular season. There is the two-time champion, Natan Schulte. It was his best friend, Raush Manfio, who won it last year. They're keeping it in the family, so to speak. 2018 and 2019, it was all about this man. He's looking to recapture some of the glory from a couple seasons ago. There's his opponent, and the favorite in this bout, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, who has participated in a couple of PFL bouts so far, 2-0 inside the PFL Smart Cage. And he's submission specialist and judo expert in his own right. Regular season lightweight action gets going on ESPN2 next.
The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Redcon One, America's favorite supplements. Geico, switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by Next Level Hydrogen Water, the official water of the PFL.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian beside our PFL Smart Cage. This regular season lightweight contest brought to you by Next Level Hydrogen Water. 3 5-minute rounds, Brazil versus Canada. And there is Natan Schulte, a 2-time PFL lightweight champion, season 1 and season 2. He took home not only the belt, but the $1 million check associated with each of those belts. Big time finisher. big-time submission specialist and a heavy slugger on the feet. And his opponent, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, I mentioned, has stepped into this PFL Smart Cage twice. The Canadian gangster, 2 wins so far on his PFL resume. In 18 career fights, he has never once been finished. Can Natan Schulte be the first to do so and earn himself some points in the lightweight standings? Take a look at our tail of the tape, brought to you by Next Level. OAM is 3 years older, both men 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed in at the lightweight limits. Reach advantage favors Olivier Aubin-Mercier in both the arms and the legs. Lillian Garcia, let's go.
Well, good evening, fight fans. We are live from Arlington, Texas, with the official kickoff to the 2022 PFL season. This fight is in the lightweight division, so get fired up, cause it's about to get real. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a jiu-jitsu practitioner. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall, he weighs in officially 155 3/4 pounds. In 18 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 wins and 5 losses with 8 victories by submission. Fighting out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, here is the Canadian gangsta, Olivier Aubin-Mercier. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he specializes in judo. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches tall, he weighs in officially 156 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, he has a record of 21 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw, with 13 victories by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Joinville, Brazil, here is the 2-time PFL lightweight world champion, Natan Schulte. Your referee in charge, Jacob Montalvo.
Jacob Montalvo to oversee the action in this lightweight affair. 3 possible 5-minute rounds. Contested at 155 pounds.
Are you ready?
OAM, the French Canadian in the black and gray trunks. Natan Schulte, the Brazilian in the red. Southpaw stance for OAM. Natan Schulte's entire career with the PFL characterized by forward pressure, Randy. Can OAM counteract it and find some success in this fight?
That is the question. Natan Schulte loves to just plod forward. He doesn't move his head that much, but he doesn't need a lot of punches either, which is a unique ability.
Inside leg kick there for Aubin-Mercier.
Yeah, for OAM, he's going to have to be able to diffuse that forward pressure from Schulte. So far, he's utilizing that jab, and he's using his footwork pretty well. But we know how durable Schulte is. He'll keep coming forward, and he's going to attack that calf as well.
It's not often you see a matchup from 2 judo players, right? OAM, former national team member in Canada. Natan Schulte, never on the Brazilian national team, but incredibly accomplished in judo and has used it incredibly well in his fights. Body kick there appeared to have hurt Schulte.
Nice little foot wheel.
We've seen it a dozen times from Natan Schulte in PFL fights. He just compromises your balance in these clinch positions.
I think he's still hurt to the body. That was a beautiful body kick there by OAM.
Schulte adopts a southpaw stance, perhaps to counteract that open invitation. Nice jab there from OAM. Another body kick attempt there. This one, and almost on cue, OAM pulls the elbow defense down for Natan Schulte and then sends a kick high. Little poke in the eye. Schulte campaigning for a little time to clear his vision.
There's that right hand. Looks like he was trying to frame off, and those fingers went right into that left eye of Schulte.
Well, and important to get some extra time here if you're feeling the after effects of that big body kick. I mean, that eye poke, you never want to get poked in the eye, but there are times when the respite is welcome.
Olivier really establishing that jab early, doing a great job mixing things up as well.
It's interesting because in an open stance, that jab is usually very ineffective against a right-handed fighter, but he's making that work, and he's jousting and keeping Natan off of him a little bit.
He sure is, and I love this battle of the two judokas here from this clinch position as Schulte tries to get that foot trip.
Nice left hand and then a right to follow it for OAM. Sharp work with the hands.
That forward pressure from Schulte is so impressive, and he's eating some shots, but again, just continues to come forward. And you know, these are the kind of fights where you could do well in round 1 and round 2 even a little bit, but by round 3 you're just exhausted and wondering what is keeping this guy up in front of you. And Schulte just has that style that can wear on you and get you to really doubt what you're doing out there.
My favorite style.
Sean knows about that.
Natan Schulte has banked several of those low calf kicks, and you can see it on the lead leg of OAM, who sends one back.
And I'm glad they didn't do that when I was fighting.
I know, I'm telling you.
Man, sharp combinations here from OAM. Schulte walks right through them, but how many can you walk right through?
Yeah, we've seen this before. Saw Chris Wade land an amazing plethora of punches, and Natan just kept coming forward. OAM's doing a nice job of finding angles and throwing nice combinations, moving his feet, and not just standing in front of Natan Schulte.
Yeah, you don't want to play rock against someone like Schulte. OAM just executing everything beautifully right now.
Excellent movement. That time he ate one of his own. Schulte winged a right hand over the top of the guard. Nice short left from Schulte as well. And now OAM is banking those kicks. Round 1 coming to a close here. Here comes the 10-second clapper. Olivier Aubin-Mercier, you can see the strike counter favoring him in both landed and thrown. Schulte tries to flurry at the end. Round 2 when we return.
Quando ele vir bater embaixo, você cruza. Dois cruzados, cruza com a mão na frente e fica de trás, dois.
Round 2 set to begin here. Natan Schulte in the red, Olivier Aubin-Mercier in the black and gray. Schulte moving forward here. Verdict, fan votes, and fighter performance rating favoring OAM in that first frame. Any disagreement, Randy?
No, actually none. I thought he landed this more significant combinations. He used his footwork very well. Natan did have a really nice foot wheel, but to no avail. He popped right back up to his feet, so he wasn't able to establish the top position.
Kenny, as much as I respect the forward plotting style of Natan Schulte, OAM's got the timing on it right now. He's going to have to mix up the pace a little bit, the range and the, speed up those entries if he wants to get close.
Yeah, that's right. That Terminator style from Natan Schulte is very impressive. He continues to come forward, but he's predictable. He's not feinting his way in. He's not in and out, circling, trying to get angles. So it's Olivier that is playing the slicker fighter. He's playing, the bullfighter against the bull, and so far finding a lot of success here against Natan Schulte.
Schulte's starting to have a little bit of combination with these counter punches. OAM started off with combinations in round number 1. He's throwing one at a time here in the early goings of round number 2.
And that's the other thing to note, though. Natan Schulte does tend to get stronger, and his style will wear on you over time. Now Natan finding some good success of allowing Olivier to kind of go first. He's slipping his head off and then trying to counter back. There it is.
An impressive evolution of the game of a guy who was a 2-time champion without really a whole lot of head movement, right? He didn't get the results he wanted a season ago, so he went back to the drawing board down at ATT. Here in the second round, faring much better. High kick attempt off the guard. Left hand landed there for OAM, and another. Round 2 halfway gone. High pace in this lightweight affair. Switch knee there. Maybe glanced off the guard, Randy.
Yeah, nice. He set it up. What Natan's going to do, he's going to keep plodding forward. He's trying to time that and catch him coming in, catch him ducking a little bit with that jumping knee.
That low kick, I think, hurt the front shin of Natan Schulte, but Terminator style is still the right way to describe his forward motion. Stiff left hand from OAM. Responded with a right from Schulte.
Olivier doing a good job of showing some lateral movement. Just not staying in front of Natan Schulte. You don't want to do that for too long anyway.
We talked about the fact that both of these guys are judo specialists. In round number 2, we've seen none of that. No clinch, no takedown attempts just yet. Body kick from Natan Schulte. It's a striking battle between two grappling specialists at the moment.
Yeah, they're so good there. A lot of times we see that get canceled out. Both men very well trained. Olivier Aubin-Mercier trains with 2 of the top coaches in Montreal, and Faraz Sahabi and Richard Ho. And of course, Natan Schulte from one of the best teams in the world as well, at American Top Team. And it's been a battle, it's been a chess match out here.
You saw Schulte briefly grab the leg of OAM. Oh, nice right hand on the counterpunch there from Natan Schulte. And a knee timed well from OAM. Schulte's got to be careful not to chase. Grabs the clinch here.
He did do a good job cutting off the cage there with that hook, though. Now looking for a takedown. Not a whole lot of time in this round.
Banking some cageonomics strikes here for Natan Schulte, the 2-time lightweight champion, looking for his first win of season 4. There's your 10-second clapper. It would appear we will see a 3rd round on ESPN2. We are back on ESPN2 for a third and final round of this lightweight affair. Natan Schulte in the red trunks with the leg kick. Olivier Aubin-Mercier in the black and gray. Sean O'Connell and Kenny Floyd and Randy Couture here beside the PFL Smart Cage. Round 2 goes to Schulte according to the fan vote and fighter performance rating. A very close fight. And if the judges agree, that nice left hand maybe banking some success here for Natan Schulte. This could be the decider, Randy.
Absolutely, it could be a round apiece. Very tough fight to score. That means whatever happens in this third round could determine the outcome.
Wow. Rolls out. Dynamic movement from the former champion who gets to work in the clinch.
Yeah, it's been a great start to this third round here from Natan Schulte.
Nice punching combinations by Aubin-Mercier.
Schulte landing inside. That left hand is now landing inside for Natan Schulte, who has switched up his stance to the southpaw approach.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that style of Natan Schulte is wearing on OAM. Now, whether Schulte won that second round or not, I'm not sure. I thought it was close. I thought it maybe went the way of Olivier Aubin-Mercier, but Natan Schulte looking really good here in round 3.
You can see the Cageonomics. The strikes are almost even in both thrown and landed. Here's our Cronus fight tracker. It's looked a lot like this. Schulte taking the center of the cage, OAM trotting around on the outside. Natan Schulte trying to wear down the French-Canadian. Excellent back and forth battle between two high-level judokas. To his credit, OAM is not showing any real wear on that lead leg, even though it's bright red.
Yeah, absolutely, and he goes right to it again.
Oh. How many combinations has OAM hit Schulte with, and he doesn't, there's not a mark on him.
He doesn't care,
This is
Randy.
made of Teflon.
He is T1000, Randy. Kenny called him Terminator. He's not just the old model. He's T1000. There's Raush Manfio, last year's champion, and Natan Schulte's best friend. Raush is happy to see the momentum potentially shifting here in the third round. Last frame halfway gone, and Natan Schulte striding forward with confidence.
Yeah, and Natan Schulte, he said it himself in our meeting. He said, listen, I'm a 5-round fighter. I have to get off to a good start. Didn't get the best start here against OAM, but man, is he finishing strong yet again. And you see Olivier really starting to get tired now. We're seeing him slow down significantly.
And that's what this style does. We've seen it happen 9 different times for Natan Schulte inside the PFL Smart Cage.
He is a grinder. There's no other definition for that.
Takedown attempt there from OAM. This one negated by Schulte, who lands a left hand. He's doing a great job. There's not a lot of power on them, but he's sneaking them over the guard of OAM when they get inside.
Absolutely, he's been a wall against these punches. He's been a wall as far as the takedown attempts from OAM, and now he's finding some success from that clinch, and this is where OAM needs to kind of break away and continue his circling pattern.
You see the live fighter performance rating right now in the third round favoring Natan Schulte, who presses OAM against the cage. The algorithm favoring Schulte's work right now. Part of our smart cage technology here in the Professional Fighters League. 1 minute remains. Natan Schulte pressing OAM, throwing the knees. It'd be interesting to see if he actually attempts a real takedown here, Randy, because it might steal a round that has been pretty back and forth. But man, that second round I think is going to be what matters most.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I didn't see it the way the algorithm did for the second round. I thought Mercier landed the significant strikes and still moved and stuck and moved. But, you know, this round definitely seems like a short round to me. He's controlled where this fight has happened the majority of this round.
That's really, it's going to, if we see the final bell without any sort of finish, and it looks more and more likely here inside of 20 seconds, it's going to come down to that second round. I thought that Judges probably would score second round in favor of Schulte because he was moving forward, he was landing a higher percentage, he was catching up on the strikes landed, and in these final seconds, he has taken control of this third round.
Great fight.
Natan Schulte thinks he's done enough, so does OAM. All 3 rounds in the books, and we will take a look at our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. At the end, Natan Schulte landed over 100 strikes. OAM, though, very impressive in the first round and a close second. How will the judges see it? We'll find out next. Welcome back, fight fans. Welcome in to those of you who are watching college softball and saw Virginia Tech earn a victory. We just had 3 exciting lightweight rounds here in Arlington, Texas. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian ready to hear what the judges thought of this bout between Natan Schulte and Olivier Aubin-Mercier. First, though, here's what the fighter performance rating said about this contest. Round 1 to OAM, rounds 2 and 3 according to the Smart Cage and algorithm in favor of Natan Schulte. The verdict fan scorecard also favors the 2-time former champion Natan Schulte. Here's how Randy and Kenny saw it. Oh dear, we got a disagreement. Randy Couture and Kenny Florian think this fight belongs to OAM, while the fighter performance rating and fan votes say it belongs to Natan Schulte. I smell a controversy brewing.
Computer or man?
We send it to Lillian Garcia for the official results.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Berchie Still-Wagner scores this contest 29-28 for Aubin-Mercier. Judge Dan Matheson scores it 29-28 for Schulte. And Judge Robert Bassinger has it 29-28 for your winner by split decision, earning 3 points in the lightweight division, Aubin-Mercier.
Olivier Aubin-Mercier with a decision victory over the 2-time champion Natan Schulte. He remains undefeated inside the PFL Smart Cage, but that by far the biggest win for him in the last 2 seasons. With that, we can update our lightweight standings. Alexander Martinez fought earlier exclusively on ESPN Plus on our undercard. He had a decision victory. OAM adds his name to the tally in the win column. 3 points for a decision victory. There's Jeremy Stevens, who earlier this week prepared for his 2022 PFL debut inside the Century Mixed Martial Arts Training Room. Century Martial Arts, the official equipment provider of the PFL. Antonio Carlos Jr. still to come. That man, a light heavyweight champion from 1 season ago. The grappling specialist looks to repeat in 2022.
Back to back, be the champion again. That's all I want, you know. All I want is like 2022, you got another million. I can do even more, you know, on this sport, in my life. All I want, you know, is touching another belt. The feeling was great, so I want to feel that again. Everything that you work for, worth it, you know. The pain, the training, and all the pressure and everything, just worth it. So I want to feel that again.
Welcome back to Professional Fighters League regular season action live from Arlington, Texas on ESPN. Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture and Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. And we check in with our betting expert, Ian Parker.
Thanks, Sean. After getting back on the horse and hitting with Aubin-Mercier, we're going to go to the next fight with Antonio Carlos Jr. Now, look, he is right now sitting at minus 1115. That's way too much. During the Challenger Series, we had some celebrities to help us out on those bigger numbers. Here we don't have that. So I'm going to make my Bravago bold prediction of the night. Normally, you would think shoot face for sub, but even then, it's minus 200 and change. I'm going to take him to win by TKO or KO at plus 450. So Bravago bold prediction, shoot face, plus 450 with TKO.
Ian Parker thinks that Shoeface gets the first knockout victory of his career tonight at those plus odds. The bold prediction of the night. I love it. Here's our light heavyweight standings before the returning champion takes to the cage. Omari Akhmedov, 6 points for a first-round finish. Robert Wilkinson and Cory Hendricks at 5 points apiece. And Martin Hamlet, a decision victory, good for 3 points. This bout brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. It's Brazil versus Brazil, and not just Brazil versus Brazil. These two gentlemen are from the same hometown. They knew and trained with one another 15 years ago. All the way back to the beginning for each of them. There is Shoeface Antonio Carlos Jr. I already told you he's the light heavyweight champion from a year ago. Very successful and decorated jiu-jitsu practitioner. Kenny Florian, does he get back on that winning horse tonight?
Well, he's been working a lot on his striking, went to Thailand for a few weeks, said he really honed in on sharpening up his fundamentals. He's that much more confidence on the feet.
For Delan Monte, this is a tough test and a huge opportunity. To beat last year's champion in your PFL debut, Randy, is one hell of a way to announce your presence to the light heavyweight roster.
Absolutely. He said he's been a fan of Antonio Carlos Jr. for a long, long time, so he studied him significantly. He feels like he's better in several areas. He's got great hands. His judo is strong. He wants to keep this fight standing and believes he can win by KO. So that's interesting that Ian Parker picks it the other way around.
Take a look at our Bud Light tail of the tape for this final light heavyweight regular season matchup on the card tonight. Antonio Carlos Jr. is 4 years older. He's 2 inches taller, weighed in a pound heavier. 5-inch reach advantage on the arms. They're equal on the legs. Lillian Garcia gets them underway.
The $6 million quest continues with a Brazilian showdown in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in judo. Standing at 6 feet even, he weighs in officially 205 pounds. In 9 professional bouts, he has a record of 8 wins against just 1 defeat, with all 8 victories coming by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Curitiba, Brazil, here is Delan Monte. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a jiu-jitsu practitioner. Standing at 6'2", he officially weighs in at 205.5 pounds. In 20 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 wins, 5 losses, and 2 no contests, with 10 victories by submission. Fighting out of João Pessoa, Brazil, here is your 2021 PFL Light Heavyweight World Champion, Shoeface Antonio Carlos Jr. Your referee in charge, Kerry Hatley.
Kerry Hatley oversees the action. Shoeface, the returning champion, in the gold trunks. Delan Monte in the black and gray. They share a hometown history, but tonight it's about earning points and a place in the light heavyweight standings. An exchange of jabs to open this light heavyweight affair. And again,
looked like that jab backed up Antonio Carlos Jr. right off the bat.
Sure did. That was solid.
Oh, takedown. Right hand and a shot from Antonio Carlos Jr.
Front choke, Dars. He's got it up tight.
That's tight.
Grabs
Very
on and
tight.
squeezes tight. Wow. 28 seconds into the first round. Shoeface once again.
Wow. That's exactly how he started last season.
6 points for Antonio Carlos Jr. Wasted no time.
Unbelievable.
Congratulations so much. Good work. Good work. Appreciate it.
We can watch the whole thing again because it was just that quick.
Unbelievable.
Nice jab from Monte. And another.
Oh, it looked like he misstepped.
Yeah, he stubbed his toe.
Yeah.
And here comes a big right hand.
Oh!
That right hand was soft.
Yeah, that hurt him, Randy.
Stunned him.
That was a flash knockout.
Right to the Darce choke.
Wow. I mean, he's not messing around. High-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Listen, he's always been world-class with his Jiu-Jitsu, but over the last couple of years, he really has turned into a true submission dynamo. Wow.
Antonio Carlos Jr., that 28-second victory is the second fastest in the PFL light heavyweight division. I want one more look at the right hand. I want to see. Delan Monte is not conscious until he hits the mat.
I agree.
Wakes
I think
up here.
Yeah, I think that right hand was going to do the takedown for him, actually.
Goes under,
right.
So, you know,
slaps on the Darce.
Officially 20 a 9-second finish. I was 1 second off. But let me tell you something. And by the way, recheck the clock because the one on my screen was 28 seconds for sure.
Oh, wow.
How close is that in the bold prediction for Ian Parker, by the way? He said by KO TKO.
Yeah,
Antonio Carlos Jr. very well could have pounded that out, but he went to the submission game.
Absolutely. Listen, that's his default mode. He's so good once he gets his arms around your neck from any position, front choke from behind, doesn't matter, and just went right to it. You can see the confidence in which he's moving. It's just a totally different guy in Antonio Carlos Jr. He's putting it all together beautifully, and he just put everybody at 205 on notice. Unbelievable.
There's our Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. The numbers aren't as high as you will see in some of our other bouts tonight, but it was all about the effectiveness. It will make it official when we return on ESPN. Saturday night, Tyson Fury puts his WBC heavyweight belt on the line against fellow Brit Dillian Whyte at Wembley Stadium. Coverage begins at 2 Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Plus pay-per-view. To watch the fight, go to espnplus.com/pay-per-view. Still to come tonight in our main event, Cassius Clay Collar. There he is in the Air Force Reserve prep point, getting loose, getting ready to take on the legendary power puncher, Jeremy Lil Heathen Stevens. A quick one at light heavyweight, and to make it official, we send it into Lillian Garcia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 29 seconds of round number 1. Submission by Darce Choke, earning 6 points in the light heavyweight division, Antonio Carlos Jr.
All right, I'm here with the winner, Antonio Carlos Jr., shoe face, 29 seconds, a submission victory. Let's start with the negative side of this short fight. He got you with a couple of jabs. It looked like maybe on the back step, you stubbed your toe, you twisted your ankle. What happened there?
Yeah, I felt my knee a little bit, you know, and I kind of lose the balance. But yeah, he threw some good jab. But I was always ready, you know, I knew what to expect, and at the end it was good.
Well, at the end it was good, and I got to tell you, our betting expert Ian Parker said, you know what, I think Shoeface is going to win by KO or TKO, and the right hand you landed, you starched him. He woke up when he landed on the mat. Did you feel the power behind that right hand? Did you know that you hurt him that badly?
Yeah, I feel that I connect the right hand, you know, when I go for the shot. I feel he's like going down. I said, yeah, the right hand really connect. You know, so let's finish this up and get the first place.
Well, let's talk about that. First place now with that rapid finish. You had the opportunity to sit back and watch all those light heavyweight bouts unfold on the card before you. Did it change your approach in this fight? Did you come out deliberately wanting that first place finish?
Yeah, I definitely won the first place, you know. Come here last season, I make 6 points at the first fight. You know, second fight, unfortunately, was a no contest. But because I got a first round submission, so I could go to the playoffs and get this belt. So it's always important, you know, on the PFL that you finish the fight, you know, as soon as you can, especially on the first fight. So you get safer to go to the playoffs. And nice shoes, by the way.
Thank you very much. A strong start and another submission victory for Shoeface, Antonio Carlos Jr. And up next, another Brazilian champion making his return. That man right there, Raush Manfio, getting ready backstage. He came in as an alternate last season. He won a championship, and now he's living the American dream.
And the 2021 PFL Lightweight World Champion, Raush Manfio!
I don't get more concerns to pay the rent. So now fight for me is just because I love it.
Oh, big right hand!
It was not a good motivation, need money to fight. So this year I'm dangerous.
Now Manfio, great try to pour it on.
Because I have no more concerns about money. We are living right now, like American dream. So we went to Disney a couple of times, like I don't want to go anymore. Family is really happy and proud. I will just, you know, wake up and realize what happened when I go to Brazil and I see my family there and how my life really changed when I compare where I used to live there and when I am right now.
There is Raush Manfio's opponent in the co-main event, Don Madge, coming out of South Africa. He fought in a showcase bout for the PFL a season ago, and after winning that, he watched Raush Manfio win a championship and said, I want to fight that man. He asked for this.
No, I think Raush, as an opponent, you know, he's proven that he can get through a full season and get the wins, you know. He's a really tough guy. He's definitely no slouch, and he's definitely not anyone that I'm looking past. But I did want to fight him first, and I did request to fight him first because I would like to fight the champion first and send out a message to the rest of the roster to say that, you know, all you guys are fighting for second place. You know, I'm here to win this.
The PFL on ESPN is brought to you by Bose, the official sound of the PFL. Redcon One, America's favorite supplements. The United States Air Force Reserve. Learn more at afreserve.com. And by Bravago, the official bold seltzer of the PFL.
Coming up in our main event, that man right there, Jameer Little Heathen Stevens, getting ready in the Air Force Reserve prep points. He will be taking on Cassius Clay Collard to close the night. But first, it'll be our co-main event, and to find out how we're picking that, we go to our betting experts, Jonathan Coachman and Ian Parker. Fellas, what do we have?
John, thank you very much. Now, I kind of heard a little bit earlier when we lost the parlay with the huge upset over Sordi. We got right back on the horse. AM straight pick. Ian nailed it right out of the park. But we now have to look forward to the co-main event, and it's rare, Ian, that you have a defending champion as the underdog. But as we look at your betting big board, the first ever MMA touchscreen, who do you got? Who do you got?
Well, Coach, you know, we talk about the champion being the underdog, but this is what makes the PFL so great. Everyone has an opportunity to make a difference. The ranks don't matter. Champion, prospect, it's all about winning, getting that finish, getting the points. Looking at the big board, Raush Manfio is sitting at plus 135. He's a counter striker, where he does best when he fights someone who rushes in, is a little bit more reckless. Don Madge is not that guy. He is a methodical, technical striker, but where the advantage he has is on the ground. We did not see Raush Manfio on his back too much last season. I think we do tonight. For that reason, I'm taking the top prospect in Don Madge. The odds have gone up to minus 182. It's below our minus 200 line, so I'm still safe with it. Straight play on Don Madge.
Yeah, you know what I like to say, Ian? Sometimes the juice is worth the squeeze. That is our pick. John, back to you.
That's the pick, and this is how the PFL format works. Brought to you by Puncher's Chance. 10 fighters in each weight class. There are 6 different weight classes. 2 regular season fights for each of those fighters. 3 points for a win, bonus points for a finish. The top 4 fighters on points in each division make the playoffs. And after those playoffs, a $1 million championship is contested and a beautiful gold belt is handed out. I have one of those at home, Kenny Florian.
We know.
Here's our lightweight standings. Alexander Martinez and Olivier Aubin-Mercier, both with 3-point decision victories. Natan, Schulte, and Stevie will go back to the drawing board. And here is our Puncher's Chance co-main event. Raush, Manfio, and Don Madge. Brazil versus South Africa, a returning champion versus a newcomer who asked for this moment.
All right, Texas, help me welcome these next fighters to the cage. In the blue corner, Don Madge.
The Magic Man hailing from South Africa. I have said it many times, the African continent is the next great recruiting ground for the sport of mixed martial arts. This man wants to be in the first wave, Randy Couture.
Absolutely correct. He's a well-rounded fighter. He's got 5 knockouts. He's got 4 submissions. His goal is to do for South Africa what Conor McGregor did for Ireland in MMA. Nobody really knew about Ireland until Conor McGregor hit the scene, and now there's lots of Irish fighters. He wants to be that guy for South Africa.
And in the red corner, Raush Manfio.
Raush Manfio, Kenny Florian, is a returning champion. He started, and look at that, a 100-to-1 underdog beginning last year. Now, people are chasing this man and the accomplishment that he was able to pull off.
And we may see an even better Raush Manfio. He says, you know, he's way more relaxed. His focus is really only on fighting. He's been able to invest in himself in a lot of different ways. And he said, listen, I see myself as a challenger again. So really coming in here with the right mindset, not resting on his laurels.
Take a look at our tail of the tape for this co-main event at 155 pounds, brought to you by Puncher's Chance. Don Madge is a year older. He is 3 inches taller. Both men weighed in at the absolute lightweight limit. The reach advantage actually goes to Raush Manfio, the shorter fighter. They are the same reach on the legs. Lillian Garcia, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the co-main event of the evening, and it's in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a striker. Standing at 6 feet even, he weighs in officially 155 3/4 pounds. In 14 professional fights, he has a record of 10 victories, 3 defeats, and 1 draw, with 9 wins by way of stoppage. Fighting out of Cape Town, South Africa, here is the Magic Man, Don Madge. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is also a striker. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches tall, he weighs in officially 156 pounds. In 18 professional fights, he has a record of 15 victories, 3 defeats, with 7 wins by way of knockout. Fighting out of Porto Alegre, Brazil, here is your 2021 PFL Lightweight World Champion, Raush Warhorse Manfio. Your referee in charge, Jacob Montalvo.
Jacob Montalvo to oversee the action in this co-main event. There's Raush Manfio in the red trunks. The Magic Man, Don Madge, in the black and gray.
You ready? You ready? Fight.
Touch of the gloves. Madge in the southpaw stance to open things.
Raush said he really wanted to get off to a good start here against Madge. Madge, a sniper style of striker.
If you didn't get a chance to see Raush Manfio's run at a championship last year, his style evokes some of those old shoot-a-box strikers. Charges in, big-time power, big-time punches.
Nice jab by Manfio to disrupt that kick.
Head over to collectibleexchange.com for autographed event used gear and posters from your favorite PFL fighters. Collectibleexchange.com. Nice push kick there from Raush Manfio. The jab landed for Don Madge.
Madge looking very sharp, utilizing those southpaw weapons.
Every time Madge tries to throw a naked kick, Manfio steps in, gets closer in the range and throws that jab. We'll see if the adjustment is made by the South African.
Yeah, Manfio has to be careful to not charge forward because Madge very good at stepping back and countering with that left hand. Right now, it seems like this is a pace that is favoring Don Madge.
I think Manfio's waiting for that attack, and he wants to counter off that attack, that countering style, and Madge is calculated. He's just not giving it to him.
Absolutely.
Remember, this is one of our final lightweight bouts of the evening, and so far in the standings, the two winners have 3 points. So there's not quite as much pressure as there was in the light heavyweight division for these fighters to get the early finishes and to secure the bonus points. Not sure if that's on the mind of these two individuals or not. Take a look at our ghost cam through the PFL Smart Cage. Madge is looking to test that high kick. So far, the guard has been up for Raush Manfio, who wings one back of his own.
Yeah, Don Madge has been the busier guy so far, doing good work with his leg game, showing a lot of nice hip feints, something you don't see too much.
Good
nice
left hook there.
Yeah, that was a nice left hook there by Manfio.
Not an easy punch to land when you're standing in an opposite stance. You got to bring it up high and kind of bring it back down. Raush Manfio, the shorter fighter as well, but nice work by him to get that one to land. Body kick there, blocked partially. Good jab again from Manfio. Inside leg kick from Don Madge. Pace increasing incrementally here.
Oh.
There's a left hand.
Yeah, there's that left hand going backwards from Madge. Beautiful shot there.
Body kick again. You hear Don Madge's corner calling for him to set up his kicks with his hands, and he does it on cue.
Nice teep by Don Madge.
Yeah, this really resembles a traditional Muay Thai fight.
Well, and if Don Madge wanted to draw Raush Manfio into a bout that favored him, he's done so successfully up to this point. The output for Manfio has been minimal compared to what we've seen from him. Nice leg kick and then a left hand to follow.
Well, again, last season, it would take Manfio about 5 to 7 minutes to really warm up. He said he wanted to rectify that tonight. We haven't quite seen that, and we got to give credit to Madge for that as well. He's keeping a very good range.
Closing in on the end of round number one, Raush Manfio attempts a head kick. Madge is able to lean backwards out of the way. Left hook partially lands, and there's a right hand and a little flurry at the clap. Body kick, an exchange, and round two when we return. Break.
Seconds out. Seconds out.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas, and PFL regular season action. Our co-main event between Raush Manfio in the red trunks and Don Madge in the black and gray sees a close round from both the fan votes and the fighter performance rating. Feeling out round, I think, is the best way to describe that first frame, but already the activity ratcheting up here in the second. And there's the striking exchange that Raush Manfio said he wanted to bring in the first round. Nice jab again.
He timed that perfectly, jousted him just as he was kicking.
He's done that successfully even through the first round. If Don Madge doesn't hide his kicks behind lead punches, Manfio has been stepping in and landing. Nice combination by Madge. That final kick, though, is blocked by Raush Manfio. Nice counter strike and another one from Raush Manfio. Madge nods his acknowledgement. Perhaps the most significant punch of the fight so far.
Yeah, Madge has to be careful after he's done with his combination to get back and expose his center line. He's just staying right in front of Manfio. And this is where Manfio starts to warm up.
Body kick there for Madge on the exit. Seeing more of those characteristics, combinations from Raush Manfio, Kenny. He's not a guy that is the real sniper, as you said. That's more Don Madge's style. When he throws one at a time, it's not as successful.
Yeah, but it's Madge that's really putting together better combinations overall, in my opinion. Manfio just doesn't have anything to counter, and I think that's what's throwing him off a little bit.
Oh, nice left hand. Take a listen inside the blue corner of Don Madge.
John Jones again. Get that slam going. Good. Yes. He's follow up the cross with the kick. He's right, he's dropping. Yes, time it. That right is dropping. Hey, see, he's just looking for that big cross, Donny.
Overhand right lands partially for Raush Manfio. You heard the corner of Don Madge calling for the high kick. They feel like Raush Manfio is starting to drop that right hand.
Well, those body kicks have really been paying off for Don Madge. He's been attacking that body repeatedly, either straight down the middle with that push kick or with the roundhouse to the body. And he's looking for that right hand to drop so he can go upstairs and take off the head of Raush Manfio.
That is about as stiff a teep as I've seen.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
He plants that very nicely.
Don Madge limiting the output of Raush Manfio with that sniper striking that Kenny told you was characteristic of the South African. Gets after that lead leg.
You can see right there from the numbers, the kicks have been really the difference for Don Madge.
It's actually very, very smart. Stay out of kicking range with a counter striker, a lot safer.
Yeah, 100%. Manfio very dangerous on the inside with his hands.
Madge maintaining the distance. You see that Manfio just cannot find his way into that perfect range. where we saw him overwhelm some opponents with his pace and his pressure. Don Madge is having none of it. Shaking his head again. Now Manfio trying to turn it up here at the end of this second round. Inside of 10 seconds. Good movement there from Don Madge. And a third round when we return on ESPN.
Você tem que jogar a segunda mão. Olha o certo? Vamos cruzar dentro do gelo, vamos cruzar. Não quero jogar mais ninguém. Mexe a cabeça e cruza. Cruza em cima do soco dele. Ele não vai te pegar. Mexe a cabeça. Entendeu? Esse round é o round que vai definir. Você é forte nesse round. Não fica esperando, não. Esperou, a luta acaba. Chuta embaixo, tira a base dele.
Welcome back, fight fans. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florian beside the PFL Smart Cage. Raush, Manfio, and Don Madge inside. Manfio in the red trunks. Fighter performance rating and the verdict fan vote favor Don Madge in that second frame as the two fighters get to work early here in the third.
And the coach for Raush Manfio, Marcos Tamata Pahumpa from American Top Team, was telling him, you cannot wait around in here. We need this third round. We need you to go forward and press the action.
Excellent movement here from Don Madge. He's just been able to keep Raush Manfio out at his distance, out at bay, Randy.
Absolutely, great footwork, great ability to measure that distance, use that jab effectively, that kick, and give you, stay out at that kicking range, which I think has been the difference in this fight.
Strategically, this is turned into, as you mentioned, Kenny Florian, just a kickboxing affair. It's a Muay Thai fight, and that's where Don Madge has specialized for the bulk of his combat sports career.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Manfio is so dangerous once he gets in his rhythm, and how do you stop that? Don't let him get in his rhythm. That's what Don Madge has done. Basically diffused a lot of that forward pressure. He's not giving him anything to counter. He's staying busy enough, but not going crazy, opening up any major mistakes on his behalf. So Manfio not really able to get much going here, and he's, you know, he has to respect the range and the striking skills of Don Madge as well. Nice left hand from Don Madge, but a nice return from Manfio.
Strong left hand there from Don Madge as the action heats up just a little bit, but the onus right now is on Raush Manfio.
Yeah.
If the verdict fan votes and FPR are correct, he's down 2 rounds to none. There he uncorks a combination. Don Madge has one to answer.
Even when Manfio has got some good exchanges off, Madge is so good at moving his head, protecting himself with his elbows and his hands. It's been tough to land a clean shot on this guy.
Yeah, Don Madge is so fundamentally sound, does all the right things offensively and defensively, but stays pretty aggressive as well. You know, he's doing a great job here against Manfio, and all the while taking that game. Wow. Right hand, big right hand, and that'll do it. A comeback for Manfio. Turns the tide. Unbelievable. Third round finish. Just as I was saying, he does all the right things. He stayed right in the middle and right in front of Manfio. Manfio cut off the cage through a beautiful bomb right down the middle. Landed it flush on the jaw of Don Madge. What a right hand.
And I tell you, that is why Raush Manfio was a fighter of the year in 2021, because you never count him out. You can go into a third round maybe 2 rounds down on the scorecard. The first 2 minutes can go by, and then he'll do that.
Pretty impressive.
Amazing.
Let's take a look at this replay.
Straight right hand, right on the button. He ducks down, brings it overhand, and just lands it right on the point. Follows it up with some great striking from the top position. The referee's seen enough, and Madge wasn't able to protect himself there. Over, just like that.
I mean, just a beautiful shot. And the follow-up shots were big as well. You know, and if those may be missed, you know, maybe Don Madge can have an argument here, but those were a couple big follow-up shots as well with the right hand.
Incredible power on display there from Raush Manfio. He was outlanded in this fight. I think he was out-positioned for most of this fight. But then, as you said, Kenny, the champion, the returning champion, cuts off the cage, slips that head, and uncorks a big right hand. Game changer. Geico Cageonomics stats bundle. Look at that. If that's the final score, it favors Don Madge, but no, Raush Manfio has a belt over his shoulder in that photo for a reason. Big time power on display. We'll have a conversation with the returning champ next on ESPN. Sports Center with Max McGee and Kevin Connors is coming up next following the conclusion of our PFL fights here in Arlington, Texas. They'll talk Nets Celtics, the injury concerns decimating the NBA playoffs, and Deebo Samuel, his potential destinations. Deebo, don't go. Lillian Garcia makes this lightweight co-main event official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 2 minutes and 42 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by knockout, earning 4 points in the lightweight division, Raush Manfio.
Let's take a look at the lightweight standings here. Raush Manfio leading the pack with 4 points, getting it done in round 3 by KO. Had to come back, unbelievable. And we have Sean O'Connell with our winner, Raush Manfio.
Raush Manfio, we saw it last year where you had to pull it out in the 3rd round several times on your way to a championship. They just whispered in my ear and told me that you were down on all 3 judges' scorecards going into this 3rd round, and you pulled it out again. Did you know that you needed the knockout?
I knew I needed the knockout. I think I was too comfortable, you know. He was making points. We saw my corners always told me, like, tough round, we don't know. But I don't, when we don't know, it's like, I think we lost, you know. So I came through this right cross. I not use this too often, but thank God this work. And I know if I connect the punches, the guy gonna fall. But he's super smart. He was kicking, and I was too comfortable. I think I was blocked the kicks, but he scored the points. And now we learn with this fight, and definitely for the next fight, we need to improve a lot and start strong the 1st round. And I think I need feint more and to connect my punches better because he was scoring the points, and I was too comfortable.
Well, comfortable enough to get yourself that 3rd round finish. Good enough for 1st place in the standings for now. Raush Manfio, victorious in his PFL return. Still to come, our main event, Cassius Clay Collard getting ready. Carrying a chip on his shoulder coming in to this Season 4 2022 action.
I'm excited to face Jeremy Stephens. He's coming off of his last handful of fights with the UFC, so he's hungry, you know. I'm sure he's coming into this new promotion wanting to start off with the win. Obviously, he's coming ready to fight.
I'm ready to come in here and just rejuvenate myself, rejuvenate my career. My fighting style is nasty. It's in your face, it's hard action, it's put some knees to your head, some shins to your skull, and just brutal. Sledgehammers are on my hands, and I'm looking to swing them at all times.
Clay Collard with a left hook and a right hand. Collard continues the work.
I've said this since last year. You know, I like to beat up the tough guys. Give me the tough guy right out the gate, man. I'm ready to rock.
Clay Collard drops Anthony Pettis a 2nd time.
He's a fighter. He's gonna be there. He's not gonna be hard to find. And I gotta go there, do my thing, fight my fight. My intentions are to be nasty, to be lethal. I'm here for death and destruction. You know, it's gonna be a beautiful disaster in there, and I'm gonna paint a beautiful masterpiece.
Collard continues to do damage.
I don't care what he's got to say. You can't deny me, man. He can say what he wants and talk all he wants. It's just words, man. I am ready to fight. That is a fact.
Fans, now's the time to get your PFL fan token on the Socios.com app. As a PFL fan token holder, you can vote on decisions that impact PFL fighters, like the fan favorite finish from the first half of the regular season. Get your fan token now and help determine who gets a $2,500 bonus. And look at that. Zoom into the Bud Light Celly section. Having a good time cracking open some Bud Lights. Before our main event, we go backstage to Brett Akhmedov.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. And you guys know that one of the most powerful things in the sport can be a special relationship between an athlete and his coach, and that absolutely describes what Clay Collard had with Ryan Alt. Now, when they walk out here in a second, you guys are going to know who Ryan Alt is because he's the only one in Clay's corner. He is the only quarterman that walks to that cage with Clay. He is his manager. He is his mentor. They met in 2015 when Ryan was a retired coach. He was done with the sport. He was done with boxing. He was done with MMA. He was actually training his then wife for an amateur fight, ended up meeting Clay in the gym. Clay begged him to be his coach. Ryan said, absolutely not. I'm out of the game. Finally, Clay was so persistent that he said, all right, if we're going to do this, you're going to move in with me. They have lived together, guys, since that moment in 2015 until about 8 months ago. They've been on an incredible journey together. This is an individual sport, but that is a team walking to the cage here for the PFL season, guys.
Thank you, Brett. There's a nice look at our PFL Smart Cage. Technological innovations that allow us to give you our Cagenomics fight stats, track kick and punch speeds, and all the information of our fighter performance rating. And now, without further ado, our main event brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Clay Collard, Jeremy Stephens.
All right, let's make some noise for these final fighters. Introducing first in the blue corner, Jeremy Stephens.
Jeremy Stephens has faced, in the UFC, 6 former title belt holders. Jose Aldo, Frankie Edgar, Renan Barão, Max Holloway, and Charles Oliveira. And, you know, you look at all the guys that he's faced, it just goes on and on. Faced a ton of great fighters over the course of his career.
And in the red corner, Clay Collard.
Clay Collard said this is the best camp he's ever had. Feels like he's the big name here and he's only worried about himself. He's done more cardio and he wants to take the pace down a little bit, stay more focused for the entire fight. He recognizes the significant power that Jeremy Stephens possesses. He wants to be a little more tactical.
Well, both of these individuals just saw Raush Manfio take the top of the table position with that third round finish. So if they want first place, it's going to have to be that at least. Both fighters inside the cage. That means it's time to take a look at the tail of the tape for this main event. Tail of the tape brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. Jeremy Stephens is 6 years older. He is 3 inches shorter. He weighed in 1 pound heavier. The reach advantage in both arms and legs favors Cassius Clay Collard. Lillian Garcia, one more time.
Fight fans, it is time for your main event. This fight is in the lightweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a mixed martial artist who stands at 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighs in officially 156 pounds. In 48 professional bouts, this veteran has a record of 28 victories, 19 defeats, and 1 no contest, with 19 wins by way of knockout. fighting out of Des Moines, Iowa, making his PFL debut, here is Jeremy Lil Heathen Stevens. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a striker, standing at 6 feet even. He weighs in officially 155 pounds. In 30 professional bouts, he has a record of 20 victories, 9 defeats, and 1 no contest, with 10 wins by way of knockout. Fighting out of Burley, Idaho, here is Cassius Clay Collar. Your referee in charge, Gary Hatley.
Gary Hatley to oversee the main event. Cassius Clay Collard in the red trunks, Jeremy Stevens in the black and gray. 3 5-minute rounds, points on the line, a place in the lightweight regular season standings. Straight to the center of the cage they go. Do not blink. Stevens steps in behind a right hand. Heavy leg kick. Oh, that right hand landed.
Jeremy throwing some heat right away, really attacking that lead leg of Clay Collard.
Collard grabs a hold. Both of these guys, underrated wrestlers, and we talk about their striking ability, but both have some serious wrestling chops as well. Fighting in a clinch now. Randy Couture, you're familiar with this form of combat.
Absolutely. Interesting. Collard chose to close the distance, get the clinch, but he went for the overhook, and that's something you don't see a lot. Usually guys try to get inside and get the underhook. Jeremy Stevens actually has the underhook, which is a better control position. Collard breaks contact now.
Stevens once again going to those kicks.
He seems to be timing those kicks perfectly. Just when Collard looks like he might throw a combination, the kick lands and throws him off.
Yeah, and that's a smart thing to do against a guy who relies heavily on his jab. Clay got hurt on that right hand.
And then Collard uncorks the combination, goes to the body twice. Stevens is landing early though, and we know with Jeremy Stevens, you can't let him keep landing. Some of the best power in the featherweight and lightweight divisions during his career.
Nice straight right by Collard.
We know Collard has a chin. You just don't want to keep testing it against the guy with this kind of punching power. And they trade left hooks. Collard goes back to the body. High kick blocked there by Collard.
Oh, that just missed.
Oh, that hurt Jeremy. That lead hand hurt Jeremy, it seemed.
Jab now landing. More body work from Collard.
You know, Clay, I think we heard every fight last season said, I'm going to fight more tactical this time. I'm going to be more patient. It never happens. He only knows how to fight this way, and man, are we thankful for it.
A shark is a shark, Kenny Florian,
Exactly.
whether you want him to be or not.
Oh, man, he's starting to find his range now.
And there's some speed now from Clay Collard. And look, one of the worst things you can do with him is let him get started. Oh, Jeremy Stevens now a little bit more stationary. Collard starting to figure out his timing halfway through the first round. The right hand landed on the ear. Oh, stepping in.
What a chin on Collard, my goodness. I'm telling you, he's the long-lost Diaz brother. I'm giving him that. Even though I have no authority to do that, I'm giving him the honorary Diaz brother.
It was a clash of heads, but it looked in it.
Clash of heads. Jeremy Stevens campaigns for a stoppage and gets it. Collard will walk to a neutral corner.
Collard wearing out that body with those combinations with his hands, and I think that caused Jeremy. So your body. Jeremy leaned forward and they clash heads.
Yeah, definitely a clash of heads there.
It happens sometimes in mixed martial arts when both men are stepping in to throw combinations. No ill intent, I don't think, from either individual there. At least not on the head, but on the punches, plenty of ill intent.
Thanks for that clarification, John.
It's all ill intent for everything else.
Oh, wow.
And there's some
Nice
more
right
from
hand.
Jeremy Stevens.
Oh, man.
There's another one.
Oh,
And another. And they're firing away in the pocket.
Oh, man.
A couple of those shots, those hooks may have hurt Clay there, but he's still standing, of course. Jeremy complaining about another possible headbutt.
I didn't see that one.
Looking to the referee when you're standing right in the pocket.
It is a bad idea.
Is maybe not the best idea we've seen.
Those body shots hurt Stevens.
I'm telling you, he's been putting in time on those body shots.
He said he was going to do it in our fighter meetings. He's had some success. Heavy breathing from Jeremy Stevens. But I don't know how consequential that is, given what we know about his long career.
Definitely has taken off a lot of the sting off of Jeremy Stevens' punches so far. That's what body punches will do.
Inside of 1 minute remains in this first round that so far has delivered exactly what we expected in the main event, Randy.
Oh, nice little post and tries a single. At least keep that other range of threat in the game. And
a pair of hooks there landed for Collin, and I think hurt Jeremy Stevens,
wow,
who's on the retreat. Doesn't mean he's not dangerous, though. An exchange of left hooks. That is a kind of roulette you do not want to play in a fight like this.
Nice.
4 body shots from Collin. Inside of 10 seconds, a couple of knees to finish things out. And round 2 when we return on ESPN.
What a round.
Welcome back to our PFL 1 main event. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Kenny Florin, cage side, inside the cage. Clay Collard in the red trunks, Jeremy Stevens in the black and gray. A furious first round. FPR narrowly favors Jeremy Stevens. The verdict fan vote goes to Clay Collard, so disagreement between the algorithm and the fans. And we get right back to the action. Once again, Collard looking for that body work. Low blow. Pauses the action.
Are you good? It's just an incident.
Collard says he got me, but I'm good. Let's go. Right back to it. Touch of the gloves, and we are once again underway. The right hand has landed many times for Jeremy Stevens, but it has yet to wobble Clay Collard significantly, and that can be frustrating when you've got a weapon like that and it's just not working.
Yeah, the chin of Clay Collard is just legendary. It's unbelievable the kind of shots that he can take and give back, for that matter.
And there's more. Now a little bit more defensive discipline from Collard.
Collard still swinging at that body, still putting in some time, landing those body shots.
Blitzing straight punches from Collard, and he finishes up with a leg kick. And this is how he had success with Anthony Pettis in the opening fight a year ago.
It seems like Clay might be limping on that lead leg a little bit. He stumbled.
It is all red.
Oh, man! Oh, my goodness!
Stunned Clay Collard, who reaches for a leg, but he is still standing, and now he's back to the offensive output.
It's crazy. His chin is unbelievable.
I wonder how much cushion is in that beard.
Seriously. And Jeremy's eating a lot of shots to the body, boy.
There's a body kick to punctuate your point. Stevens breathing heavy. Nice hand, nice left hand there from Clay Collard. Now Jeremy Stevens grabs the body lock. Only 2 minutes gone in this second frame. This pace has been frenetic, and both fighters showing some wear and tear because of it.
Powell doing a great
Powell.
job of framing that head off and landing some knees. He did that in the first round as well.
Oh, huge combination from Collard, right in front of our broadcast position.
Jeremy really starting to slow down now.
It's like Rock'em Sock'em robots here. It's unbelievable.
Just missed with the huge uppercut. Collard went airborne and almost came right down onto an uppercut.
That's just beautiful footwork there from Clay Collard. As soon as he lands that combination, he gets off the center line.
Huge
oh, now he got hurt.
And Collard decides to shoot up and down. Wrestling from Collard. Probably a wise decision after that uppercut landed from Jeremy Stephens.
Stephens gets cross wrist control and comes right back up.
This fight is wild.
Stephens almost looked stunned that Collard bothered to shoot on that.
Yeah. He's like, whoa, what was that? Where did that come from? I thought we were going to stand and punch each other in the face.
Well, back to the feet they go. More dirty boxing. A Kimura attempt is enough to get Collard off the cage. The chance of USA favor both fighters.
Yeah.
So I guess just a general expression of support for the martial arts on display. Right hand and a left hook for Clay Collard.
Stephens is really slowing down.
Really starting to feel it now. Collard smelling some blood in there.
Both men just showing insane amounts of heart.
Collard has already thrown 214 strikes. We're not even into the third round. Back to the body he goes. Another right hand from Stephens. Shot attempt from Collard is stuffed. Clay Collard told us he was in the best shape of his career. This output would be evidence that we should probably believe him.
Yeah, that was a really nice uppercut by Collard on the inside right there.
And now it's Stephens, grabbed hold of a single leg temporarily.
And Clay, despite this crazy pace, is still having a great time out there, sticking his tongue out. Yeah, now going for a Kimura.
He used his Kimura grip to try and get off the cage before. Now he'll just dip his shoulder and turn.
He's going to get the takedown.
Clay Collard dumps him and walks away. Stunting here at the end of round number 2.
Oh,
big right
big
hand
shot
from
by
Stephens. They'll close it out in a clinch. Round 3 next. The Professional Fighters League is back. The first event of our 4th season here in 2022. The main event, Clay Collard in the red trunks, Jeremy Stephens in the black and gray, has delivered as promised. An incredible back and forth battle. Big body kick landed there, almost caught by Clay Collard. And your Cageonomics stats tracker at the bottom of your screen is not broken. Those are actual numbers after 2 rounds. That's how much we've seen when it comes to pace in this fight.
Jeremy trying to go back to that lead leg.
Collar doing a great job of on the exits, right? They clash, they separate, and he's throwing as he moves out. Randy, Collar told us, you know, he hasn't been the strongest in the third round in the past last year, fights previous to last year. He promised this year it would be different.
Said he's been doing more cardio and he wants to take the pace down a bit in the early rounds so he can go the whole fight as hard as he wants to go.
Well, he didn't bring the pace down in this fight, not in those first 2 rounds. Spinning back kick there from Collard. Tell you what, we talk about a fighter's chin all the time. Jeremy Stephens deserves to have some credit given, some respect put on the amount of body work he is able to absorb.
Yeah, 100%. For anyone who doubted whether Jeremy Stephens still wanted to do this at this stage of his career, he put that away for sure. I mean, he's really dealt with some serious shots to the body, shots upstairs, and has fired back every single time.
That was a cup shot.
That uppercut went a little bit low. No pause in the action. The fighters just agreed to a quick apology and then get right back to it. A couple of savages, rather civil.
Rather civil.
High kick glances off the guard.
Those combinations by Collard are sharp. Wow.
And that's what it's been. It's been the precision and sharpness of Collard against the power of Jeremy Stephens.
Right hand keeps landing for Collard. Left hand keeps landing for Stephens. There's a left hook from Collard. And a right hand. Stephens goes to the body. Collard on the retreat here in round number 3. It's an interesting reversal from what we saw in round number 2 where he was blitzing forward. Body shot there from Stephens. Tries to go to work with his jab. Two minutes remain in this third and final round. Strike totals, you can see strikes landed very close between these two.
Yeah, the pacing for both men, just unbelievable. Nice inside leg kick there from Stephens.
There's that post and trip, and once again, Collard just walks it off. Big hook from Collard.
Oh, those body shots may have hurt Clay there.
Stephens now trying to takedown attempt here. Closing in on the end of this fight, the pace has been absolutely furious.
Yeah, well over 400 strikes thrown from both men.
Here's the Kimura grip that we've seen Collard use a couple of times, switches it out. There it is again. Stephens is able to avoid getting turned off. Inside of 1 minute. Stomp kick. A little break dancing here from Clay Collard. Combination after, slips outside of the range of that left hand. Capoeira kick misses.
Oh, big shots here from Stephens.
Huge shots from Stephens. A strong round, I think, from Jeremy Stephens. Inside of 10 seconds. Oh. That was an elbow. Oh. An illegal strike here in the PFL. Referee lets it happen.
Oh. Man, what
They'll hug it out.
Fight.
An incredible main event. And the fans are on their feet for good reason. Here's the spinning back elbow. Elbows are not allowed in the PFL rule sets.
Congratulations.
Here's our Cageonomics stats bundle. I am no math whiz, but that's almost 500 strikes thrown between these two competitors. An official decision next.
The PFL on ESPN has been brought to you by Bud Light. Make good times great. Drink responsibly. Next Level Hydrogen Water, the official water of the PFL. Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. And by Bose, the official sound of the PFL.
Welcome back to Arlington, Texas, the Selly celebration of the night, a Bud Light celebration moment. It's actually this one earlier. OAM, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, with a split decision victory over Natan, Schulte, the two-time lightweight champion. Speaking of decisions, in our main event, we go to the judges' scorecards, and Lillian Garcia has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the lightweight division, Clay Collar!
Let's take a look at the lightweight standings. Let's see where that puts Clay Collard. Puts him in the number 2 spot, tied with Martinez and Aubin-Mercier. And Sean is in the cage with Clay Collard.
After that incredible main event, I'm here with the winner, Cassius Clay Collard. Clay, once again, you open the season with a massive victory. Are you on your way to a championship in season 4?
I'm not too worried about that. I'd take this fight by fight. I feel like I earned it last year, so I'm coming. But it wasn't that the most exciting fight on the card for sure, so.
Absolutely fight of the night and a great start to our ESPN Professional Fighters League season. Cassius Clay Collard. Take a look at our knockout of the night brought to you by Bud Light. Of course, it's the 3rd round come from behind knockout victory. Raush Manfio, the season 3 champion, making a statement. Good enough for top of the table in our standings. An incredible night of mixed martial arts action, and coming up next week, it'll be the featherweights and the heavyweights. We'll start the action on ESPN+. We'll continue on ESPN. Good night. Off to SportsCenter.